didn't set audio to audio. I set, which is super fun. I just set like the different audio tracks to being things, and then like I didn't set them on like the settings thing as like different audio things to like acknowledge them. So that's fun. Hi, I'm XX. This is my first stream, obviously, so of course there's gonna be like working technical difficulties while I'm staring at a work shirt. AC. So how about now? AC sound. Oh right, yeah, that fan. Yeah, sorry about the fan. It's Australia. It's hot. There's not really a ton like to do about the fan except like turn it off and then live in heat. So those are the two options. That's the bright side of like winter. So I'm eventually gonna try and like I'm looking forward to winter when I can turn it off and it's just like no fan background noises. Fan's not fun. But yeah, if like you hear, no worries. Thank you for telling me. I would have eventually learned about it like a couple of hours from now when I went back and watched it and just was like, that's nice, no audio the whole time. That's a good way to live. We're gonna see if I can catch this, because why not? Man, so everyone here who was here and missed out on the glorious rant I had earlier of what was that? Oh yeah, my discussion on how like beautiful Animal Crossing letters are to get from your villagers, especially the like DIY ones. I've never been so heavily used by something as those letters. It was a pretty decent, like, I say rant, but it was just an appreciation of the personality that they put into the villagers in these letters. It's personally where I think I wonder why they didn't put as much into some of the dialogue, because some of it has gone a little repetitive over the past, like, I want to say, past, like, 6 months or so, I've really started to notice that some of the dialogue is kind of, like, gone as it's especially when I have like more than the same personality type. Sometimes on the same day I'll get like multiple like very similar audio. Which like it's not the worst thing, but it's also like it's not great. Be getting so much of the same, because then you start to get tired of certain personality types and then you're less likely to talk to them. And that's not good, like, from like a realistically, it's, but yeah, so, I had 2 peppies for ages, and I love the peppies. I had Pate, and I since gotten rid of pate. I still have peanut, but pate is... I got rid of them for, I think it was Bob or Fauna. Okay. This is a terrible view of it, but this is Bob and Fauna. And I'm kind of curious what they have to say. Hey Fauna, can you suggest me a book? You read, Bob? That's rather surprising. Well, let's see. I don't know what kind of books you enjoy, but my favorites are Hack Rat's Guide to Hacking and Speed Learning for Space Cadets. Oh, okay. Which one has more pictures? Pictures? Neither book has any pictures. They're both novels, written for discerning adults. Okay. Which one got turned into a faster movie? I can snack while I watch. Hack Rat's Guide to Hacking was a fine film, I suppose, although they did change the ending. The beginning. And the middle. No, Fauna. I understand the struggle. My dude. Ugh. That hurts. I know exactly how she feels. There's been some movies I've seen that were made from books, and you just wonder if the person read the book before they decided to make this into a movie, if they just thought, hey, I really like, you know, I really like what it's, you know, I remember when I was seeing The Hobbit and Aragon, and I remember thinking, how did you make 3 movies out of 1 book? Like the Lord of the Rings movies, I understand, can be made into multiple movies because there are more than 1 book. There's like 3 books, so it was made into I think like 4 movies, or it was only 3 movies. I swear it was 4. But like I understand them making it into so many movies and like so long because it is, you know, it like it. I don't know if that like what the sound's going with, but I'll watch it later. But yeah, so like I understood them making it into so many movies because it's so many books. The Hobbit, the last movie was like 14 pages of the book, and they made it into like this massive trilogy, and they added in all this stuff. I remember seeing like an interview with one of the actresses who played the like elf, and so originally she was being brought in to be like an action like companion. There was no romantic anything that was going to be happening there. She was promised she was not going to be made into the romantic interest. And then she got a call and was like, hey, so we need to refilm some of these scenes. You know how we said how you weren't going to be like the romantic interest? Yeah, we have to change that. You have to be like in this love triangle between an elf and a dwarf. And apparently like female elves are so pretty that even dwarves will overlook the fact that they're elves. So that was made into a thing. It was, and I have to wonder why they did it to us. I actually watched a very interesting series by Lindsay Ellis on like the making of The Hobbit and all the stuff that went wrong with The Hobbit and like what New Zealand itself did to damage the film industry within New Zealand because of the Hobbit movies, and I can't watch them without feeling jaded. So this, from Fauna, I feel her pain. I feel the struggle of them like taking a book you love and them just butchering it and changing it completely, and just the pain. The pain is real, Fauna. Pain is real. Incidentally, I have actually seen Bob reading in the game. It was a comic book. Like, I have a photo of it, and it's totally a comic. But, like, he seemed to be enjoying himself. Yeah, what's new, fist bump? What's the latest? Did you hear about the thing that Rachel did? That's me. Did you see them hitting all the rocks? They must have scared all the bugs living underneath them. Probably scared the rocks too, fist bump. Sometimes I wonder what the, like, I love that this is what they think of the stuff that I do around the island. They're just like, oh yeah, they're doing great, sweetie. Hi, Buck. So I made this shirt that Buck's wearing. Buck and Buzz and Leonardo, they keep wearing the shirts I made. And I love it. This one here is called Bye Love. It's like the bye flag with a heart. It was simpler than I thought to design, but I initially wasn't sure if it was gonna turn out very well on the villagers when I put it out, because I have one dress that I put out and it's atrocious. I seriously want to try and find someone who's got better design skills and be like, hey, your dress is beautiful, would you mind dumping it on my island so I can stop having them wear this awful, god-awful dress, because it is truly an awful dress on them. It just doesn't look good. I've also debated getting rid of it completely and just putting in another sweater. But Buck is one of my favorites. He's my baby. He was one of my starters, and he's never leaving, unlike the others. So a lot of the others will eventually go, because I'm doing this challenge to get every single villager photo. And I could technically try and trade for the photos, or go to a treasure island to get all the photos, because those exist. Plenty of people do that for them, but I don't know, I'm not one of these people that wants to trade for them. I want to earn them all myself. Anyways, this is Leonardo. I got him because one of my starters in New Leaf was Leonardo, and he was the only villager of mine that stuck around. All the others kept disappearing or leaving. And so I wanted Leonardo on my island. Yeah, I've kind of gone over it. So I'm probably going to get rid of him soon-ish. He's actually going to be leaving, and I'm going to replace him with another jock that I need to get a photo of. Because that's what I'm doing. And because Buck's never leaving, Leonardo has to be the one to go. But this is Buck's house. I gave him this wreath, and I built him a farm. And I gave him a lot of trees. Something to know about my island is there is a ton of trees. Now this area here is going to be what I make into my Totoro Hollow. As you can see by my H2O marks, there's going to be some water in a nice little stream with a pond, because I need a pond somewhere and I got rid of my old pond. And this is currently DIY-topia, because yeah, I went to a treasure island and got all these DIYs that my villages were missing, and so they're here. They're up here, chilling. And so I'm eventually just gonna go through them all for each of the characters. It's not gonna be on stream because that's the most boring task ever, is doing it on stream. Yeah, I'm streaming for the first time. Sorry. I'm getting used to the whole reading chat, so I'm glad you're back, Delia. Dia. Is that how you say it? Princess Dia? Do you prefer Princess or Dia? Or is it Dea? Oh, I'm Princess Dea. Okay. So Dea. Yeah, so this is my first time streaming. I thought about doing it for a long period of time. But I never got around to it because my computer was terrible. I tried streaming about 3 times and it kept crashing because of frame rates, and the computer just couldn't handle it. It just did a big nope and noped out. So once I got a new PC, I was like, I'm gonna give it a try again. But these are the 2 new houses I made. Yeah, that's the main gap thing. Incidentally, I was actually talking with some Treasure Island streamers a little while back, because a lot of them have 10 or 11 Treasure Islands. And so they, these capture cards are expensive. They're not cheap. Here in Australia, they're $300 to $360. I have no idea what they are in the States, but they're not as much as that. I also don't know what they are in other countries, but with I was talking with them, and a lot of them have like $10 to $20 ones they got off like Amazon that work just as well. So I think it's just like you need the software, which you can like I think download for free. Yeah, that's the other issue. Like you need a certain like your PC needs to be able to handle it. I think if you want to like try it out, I'd say maybe download like purchase one of the like cheaper $10 to $20 ones off Amazon and give it a try, because those ones apparently work just as well. They're just not Elgato, so they don't have like the customer service or like the help forums, and I don't know if they work with the same like technology, but I think they still work out of OBS, which is like where you would be going out of. So if you wanted to try it with your current like setup and computer, probably buying one of those might be your best like the cheapest way to test it out. Or if you know someone who like has an Elgato, testing out to see if your PC works with it. Because if it does, then like it makes sense then to invest in it. I bought the Elgato before I bought yeah, like 24 USD, like that's a good way to like start it out, because like you don't need the like high-end ones unless you're, you know, streaming some like ridiculous like thing that needs it. But a lot of the programs seem to function with the cheaper ones regardless. I think like the like 20 like the cheaper ones is an entry point. If you ever want to like upgrade to the Elgato ones, sure, but like you don't need the expensive one is what I've been discovering, which is great, and I would have loved to have known this previous to buying it. Not to mention, these went on sale recently, and I was like, I only just started officially doing it. Sure, I've been fiddling around with it for like a couple of months, but I could have saved like $60 on this thing that I purchased, which drives me mental. But yeah, like a soft entry point one is always the best way to go for like starting out. So my dailies take forever on these villages, so I'm probably not gonna like force you to see them all. I'm just gonna see if this one happens to like have the materials rock. So when you have more than one villager, there's the materials rock, and then there's the money rock. So when you're on your main person, one of the rocks, the one that they get money out of, it'll be the materials rock for the other villagers, because there will still be those materials in it. So if it's not also their money rock, you can still get the materials. Yeah, so like you only really need it to like stream with Switch. If you're streaming PlayStation 4 or like Xbox, you can technically buy like a separate camera that belongs to them and connect it through the Xbox, and you can kind of just stream through them. But with those ones, I always recommend like a wired connection instead of like a wireless, because otherwise you can get a little splotchy. Plus, depending on the game, it can take a lot out of the device because it's also streaming it and playing the game. So it can cause like frame drops and like drops in the game, which is why like the Elgatos exist, but like the cheaper ones do basically the job. It just depends on if you're streaming like straight from the device and you like care about a camera, because I know some people will like stream from their Xbox or PlayStation and just like connect the like headphones. Like they'll just connect a microphone thing, and then they have the microphone and the like device, and that's just how they stream that. But for the Switch, you like kind of need a capture card because it doesn't have anything like that built in, which makes sense because it's like a portable device thing. I kind of wonder if they'd built it into the Wii U, if that had been more successful and they'd continued to use that. But I still think the Wii U was a terrible marketing decision for them name-wise, because everyone kept thinking that it was just an extension of the Wii. It's why I never bought it, because I was like, oh, this is basically just like the Wii. And it wasn't. But it was like a separate device, which is why they're now releasing so many of the Wii U games on the Switch, because they didn't sell as well. Oh yeah, so like they're using the Xbox as like, that would actually make sense, because it's basically just a computer. Because Microsoft's actually really good with that kind of stuff, I think, because they basically make their Xboxes as kind of like an all-in-one computer like thing. It's basically like you only need this console to do all these things with. My boyfriend's a big Xbox nerd, and he always talks about how like all these programs and stuff are just inbuilt to the Xbox from like the get-go, or like within like a certain window of them coming out, because Microsoft sees them as like, you like, this is like your computer, so it needs to be like have all the things that you would want in it. So that actually makes some sense, that people would be able to like use their Xbox to stream their Switches. I don't know how like exactly that would work. It probably involves some like cable and like some conjiggery in the background, like they'd have to use a keyboard or something to do it. But that actually is really fascinating that they'd be able to do that. Hadn't even thought about people doing that, but it does make a lot of sense that that would be something that they'd be able to do. So I take it by like that you have a Switch, does that mean that you have Animal Crossing, or are you like just interested in the game itself? Because I know that there's also a lot of people who watch like Animal Crossing stuff that it's just something that interests them. I was in a stream with like 4 or 5 people once, and none of them owned the game, but they were really interested in it, or they wanted it. Oh, cool. Well, like, I know by my title that it says like DA visits. So if you like want me to check yours out, I can like give it a try. I'm doing that after I do these like couple of dailies. I'm not bothering with the dailies on all my accounts here on stream because there's just so many of them, and it's a bit of a task to get through them all, which is why I like sometimes I don't move days for a couple of days. But if you have a dream address, like, you're welcome to like pop it in chat, and I'll like check it out when I start doing them, which will probably be in like 10 minutes or so. I want to see if I can like get the what's the thing I'm thinking about? Just do the like basic dailies on this one. I mean, that's fine. Like, it doesn't have to be fancy. Everyone starts somewhere. I have some god-awful photos of when I like started out on Animal Crossing. It was ridiculous. I became Flowertopia. Like, I'd have to scroll all the way down to the bottom of it. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Like, I have uni too. So, like, I'm a university student, and so I only get so much time to, like, do different things. Like Animal Crossing and, like, any other games. And because Animal Crossing takes, like, a certain amount of attention, I don't always get to play a lot of other games if I, like, give Animal Crossing, like, the attention it probably needs. That's what I was doing. I was withdrawing 99,000 bells. So because I made 2 new villagers, I have to pay off all their home loans again to Tom Nook. Because, you know all that mess that you saw on the island? That all needs to go in their storage, because it's technically, it belongs to those 2 new villagers. I just didn't have anywhere else to put it. And it was between putting all that stuff into someone else's storage, and they don't really have the space for it, or laying it all over my island, and then just like seeing when it'll fit. Like, this drives me insane. Like, I hate looking at it. It's why I haven't updated my dream address in something like a week and a half. My dream address looks much nicer than this. If you want to visit it, you can do like #DA in the chat and you can see my dream address, and it's beautiful. It was raining that day. I have an umbrella out, and there's a double rainbow when it stops raining. Like, I downright love the weather for that day, and I've debated like traveling back in time to that day just for the like just so I can have that weather and then the dream address. But then I'd also have to like redo that day because I'm trying to like make sure I do everything on every day that I do. But I do have like a list of dream addresses that I found like while surfing the net that are really pretty. So I'm also like gonna go visit them. Drop. Found the golden spot. So normally like this is the only area that like you can see the ground. So this is where all my fossils show up. It's where the like golden glowing spot shows up for the money trees. I haven't made money trees in forever, so I just can't be bothered with them most of the time because they take so many days to grow. And realistically I get about as much money from like doing other things, and then I end up with a tree and I just have to like chop it down. Well, it's like drizzle rain in the game. So it's like, you know, that kind of like drizzle rain where it's still sunny and everything's still sunny, but like it's drizzling. And none of them, because all the villagers have like umbrellas out, but they're not in their rain gear, so it's not heavy rain. And then a rainbow comes out afterwards, and I'm just like, it's so pretty. And so I did the like DA on that day because I specifically loved the fact that it was a double rainbow day. I also liked the fact I didn't have to water my plants. Because when it rains, I don't have to water all the flowers. I don't bother with most of my flowers, but there's like the flower breeding section, and then I have all the pumpkins, and I'm still deciding whether or not I want them as more decorative, or if I'm like, fine, I need to lay them out in a way that's not a pain in the butt to water them. Look at that. Yeah, I have 8 hidden gnomes around my island, so I keep wondering if people are gonna like find them. No one's found them yet or told me they've found them all, so like I assume that no one's... Ooh. That was fun. That changed scenes on me. I assume that like no one's found my gnomes because they haven't said anything about it. And I really need to figure out why it keeps like changing scenes whenever I press a button in chat. I think it's like the exclamation mark. I need to check my key bindings for it. Or maybe it's just enter. I don't know. We'll find out when I like go and look through the settings later on. So we're gonna check out a couple of DAs. I made a list of them on like a piece of paper, so if anyone shows up in chat and wants me to check out theirs, I'll put it on this list, and I'll either check it out next time I'm doing DA visits or today. No, it was fine. Like, you know, if you ever want to like stop by again, like you can press follow and see when I'm live, or maybe you'll run into me somewhere in the Animal Crossing like universe. So it was really fun meeting you too. And have fun. Good luck with your essay. Like, I know I have some coming up. And also, like, thank you for telling me that you couldn't hear me. Otherwise, I would seriously have had to go back later and figure out that no one could hear me. And that I didn't have any audio, which... Thank you. I'm going to have lots of fun with the DAs. Thank you for the follow. And I hope to see you again here. You know, when you're, like, not doing uni work, or even if you have me in the background. And good luck with your essay. Now, we're gonna do some DAs, and I'm going to make sure to be in perfect, like, traveling to another place sleepwear. So let's see. Star Pochette seems like a good idea because sweet dreams. And now for the sleeping gear. Do we want it to be comfortable or practical for any weather situation? You know what? We're gonna go with the dream sweater. Which means we're gonna go with a different... Oof, Bunny Day. That's coming up. For anyone who played during Bunny Day, you might know what is coming before coming soon. Don't want to be an angel. Oh, hey, Strawberry. How's your day going? Have you been having a good day so far? We're doing DA visits, and I'm just getting dressed to go and do them. You know what? The nightcap might do a good job. Or do I want to be a wizard? Actually, you know, that works. And now pants. And slippers. Do I have any slippers? That's the real question. Like, I appreciate the, thought, Strawberry, but I'm about to do DA visits, and my island's a mess, so I'm not even, opening it to anyone at the moment. It's kind of like a... it's a bit of a disaster, actually. I'm hoping to, get it all fixed up within the next couple of days, so that way if people ask if they can come over, it's not such a fiasco. But thank you for offering. What kind of things are you dropping off to people, if you don't mind me asking? Found them. Found the slippers. Yeah, that's a good look. Thanks for the follow, Strawberry. Welcome to the Rocks Socks community. Or as we like to call it, the Bear Cave. So this is my house, and we're gonna go and have a nap and start doing DA visits. That's actually really, nice of you to, drop off to people. Because I know that a lot of people who are, starting out and probably don't have, a lot of things on their island, probably would need some of those things, like flowers and wetsuits and Nook Mile tickets. Now, you haven't seen my island, but it's Flowertopia, so I appreciate the thought of the flowers. Well, that's fair. I know that, with all the, Nook Miles and stuff, it took me, I have so many, because I've been doing the game for ages. I have, 200,000 Nook Mile tickets, and Nook Miles, and I know that that's something, I tried to do the math on that once. Oh, cool, so your friend, helped you out, and you're, giving some of it away to people? Then? Or is it you managed from what they helped you to make more, so now you're giving that away? Huh. Well, that's cool. So are you really new to Animal Crossing, or just new to just giving out things to people? I know that occasionally I'll help people out by going and dropping extra flowers. Oh, cool. So you're, passing on. That's actually a really good thing. I have a section of DIYs on my island that I'm eventually just gonna, give out to people, because I don't need them. There are duplicates, and some of them are pretty good DIYs and hard to find. So I'm if someone wants them, and I don't need them, I just, pass them on to people. Obviously, I'm not doing that right now, but, normally, I would be doing that. So, I mean, if you have a DA... and you'd like me to visit it, just, you can put it in chat, and I'll, visit it after this one. Play... Yeah, I used to play, New Leaf, and before that I did Wild World. I didn't do as much, community stuff in, New Leaf as I do now, but that was mostly because I wasn't as involved with some of the online communities until, last year, so... So I didn't really have a chance to... Oh yeah, helping people finish their houses, because like you could have 4 houses on one island on like your DS. Now you can technically have 8 as long as you have 8 accounts, which I do. So I have so many loans. Thankfully, I've got all the money put out for this next loan that I have to pay off, but it's going to be the loan after that that I have to worry about. Because that loan is going to be like 548,000, I think. It's basically between the 2 houses, it'll be close to $1 million. Yeah, like I remember that there's like a max bells you can hit, I think, in the old game. I never hit it. I was trying to get up there because there's like an achievement for like a certain number of bells in your savings. I actually wonder why that isn't like a thing anymore in the Nook Mile achievements here in this game. Yeah, 999,999,999. It kind of reminds me of like when you hit the max in like Zelda games and it's just like your max number of rupees. I have to wonder if like when people reach that and they have anything over that, what they do with the excess. Do they just like give it to other people or spread it around their islands? So it makes sense that like you'd have been helping people out with their loans. So this is like a Hogwarts style island. That's some fun lag there. Whew. Okay, gifts. Well, that's really nice of you to be like trying to help people out, because I know that a lot of people got the game for like Christmas and New Year's and like the early birthdays. So I know that there will be a lot of people who are just starting out who need loans, because I know that I was talking with someone who runs a treasure island, and they've had a lot of people who are newbies who are going onto their islands just to learn like every single DIY in the game, because there's so many of them. Why is the drop item option always the first one? It's no wonder people always drop it so easily. Well, that's fair. Like, because I know that there's also, when it comes to starting out, I'm sure plenty of people are also starting streaming as well, because I've been speaking with some people in different chats in the Animal Crossing community, and they're like wanting to start streaming their game because they want to share it with others and like get to know people in the community. Well, that's really cool of you. I bet they're really like happy with the 500k. That would have helped him pay off probably like almost the first 3 loans for housing. It would have helped because the first one's like 98,000, then 198,000, then 358, I think. So that'd have helped out with like basically the first, yeah, basically the first 3. Yeah. Okay. So these are all wands. Star wand, ice wand, shell wand, tree branch. Okay, we're gonna find the right shoes. Aha! Red shoes. And we're gonna hold the wand. So, yeah. Yeah, because I think, like, because it being, like, 99,000 things, I know that, like, sometimes when you trade with people and they, like, pay you, like, 100k, they'll forget the 1k because it's 99k, and then you have to, like, remember the separate, like, 1k. This was when I was, like, trading DIYs for money, because someone wanted to trade me 400k for this one DIY, which was a ridiculous amount at the time, but I was like, okay, if that's what you think is fair. And they forgot 4K, because it was fine. I only traded the money with them because I was giving it away, and they're like, no, we have to give you money for it. And I was like, no, you don't. Like, I'm just giving it away. Half of the time people will give me, like, money for them, and I'm like, why? One, choose. Okay, so this is all vendors. Chill beach area. Bashmina! Bashmina was one of the people who, like, moved in on my island, and I wasn't really sure if I liked her. Oh yeah, the bat wings. I really like the, like, impish wings, but I only have the red ones so far, so I'm hoping to eventually, like, get all of them. I really keep meaning to go to one of those, like, clothing treasure islands or something and just, like, catalog all of them. Raccoon figurines are always a weird one. Yeah, like the imp wings. I was, like, excited about them until I found out you could only get them from, Kicks. Yeah, like, if you want to, like, trade them, you can... I could even just, like, catalog them, but it probably won't, like, be today, because after stream I'll... Like, you can DM me about it if you want, like, on Twitch, and I'll, like, we can plan a time for me to catalog them or something. Because I'm not quite sure, like, whether or not my internet is cool with me, like, streaming, and also, like, yeah, I'll trade them for some bells. Like, you let me know, like, how much you'd like for them, and I can trade them for it. So these are all our houses. I don't know why I'm wandering around. They have a map. I really should have started with that. So these are some of their houses. Ooh boy, that's a lot of houses. And I say that as someone with 8 houses. So they have Miss Esley, Lily, Twins, Ollie Shops, Leaky Cauldron, Bank, Mall, Dursley's. Rocket was one of my 2 starters. I got rid of him, like her, in like a week. And I still had all the others for like ages afterwards. I only just got rid of Pate, who's my like peppy starter. And Gail's still there, but I got rid of Weber because I'm trying to get all the villager photos, so I was like, the 2 of them had to like leave. Hey, Ari Lopez Love, thanks for the follow. How are you doing today? We're just doing some Treasure Island visits. Well, Dream Address visits. Sorry, we were talking about Treasure Islands. Strawberry, I think probably like a good price is maybe like a bit higher than the value if you want to profit on them, but if you're not worried about the profit, then just like look up how much they cost and I can trade you that for it. Right now, I mean, if you want to visit my like dream address, I don't know why it keeps doing that every time I press DA. I'm gonna have to like copy and paste it. But that's my dream address. I'm not really accepting people to like come to my island right now because I'm like exploring dream addresses. But if you'd like me to check out yours, you can put it in chat and I'll write it down and I'd be happy to come visit it. So this, I think... This is Miss... So this is the mall. Okay. This is like a chill little playground, chill area. I don't know if they're trying to like remake scenes or if there's like a story to what they're like doing here on the island. See, this is why I really like think it should be possible to put like doors inside, but the simple panels do a really good job of like creating the illusion of doors. I've seen them use it a lot of the time in houses for doors. Yeah, I have the red imp wings, so I think there's pink, green, white, black, blue from memory. Nice little. I really like this like diner uniform. I have it in red, green, and do I have it in blue? I think I only have it in red and green, and I'm really trying to get it in all the colors because it's such a cute outfit. But this looks like it's like a little cafe study area that you can't sit down in. Nope, found a seat. Here we are. I'm gonna have like a coffee. Enjoy it. Waiter, I want a muffin. Well, yeah, like I'm not asking for like, I just want to catalog it. Like you can keep it. Like I'm not gonna take it from you. And by catalog I mean pick up, then drop, and you can keep it, and I just have it in my catalog that I can order for myself. I don't know if you've like been to a... Yeah, that's fine. Like, you don't need to like give it to me. I'll just like order it at a later date when I'm not ordering other stuff in the mail. Ooh, this is cool. Like a little sushi shop. I really like what people have done with like the hats where they make them into like these sushi rolls. Because there isn't really an item like this in the game. There was in like New Leaf. Yeah, just like DM me and we'll like on Twitch and we'll like organize a time. Bum bum. Here, I'll just like... So you just like click on my name and you just go to whisper and you like whisper to me. How do you count? So basically, like you drop things, you have someone else come over and pick them up, then drop it, and once it's been in your like pockets or stored, like been in your pockets, like once you've held it, and you have it cataloged. So in the like Nook's terminal, when you go to it, you can then like order anything that you've done that with. So people have like catalog items for all the clothing, all the furniture, and you just go to them and you pick up everything and drop it back down, and then you have everything in the game cataloged. I have all the furniture cataloged for the game. I know I can't like... Yeah, I can't use it while I'm dreaming, but I have all of the furniture in the game cataloged. It's just like the clothing, and I keep meaning to try and find someone who's like... I know that there's a guy called Real Raymond. He's an Animal Crossing streamer, and he has like treasure islands, and if you're subbed to him, you can actually just like go to his island and catalog everything. Yeah, the wings are kind of rare because they're KK, like Kicks item, and a bunch of the NPCs only show up on a 2-week cycle, so if you get Kicks, you're not going to probably see him until the week after next. And the items are randomly generated. And the wings don't show up in full sets ever in his like items, so you only get one at a time. And there's 6 wings, so you have to try and like find all of the wings out there in the universe. I keep meaning to like put it into a Discord like that I'm in for Animal Crossing. Hey, does anyone have wings I can just catalog? Like, you can keep them, I just want to catalog them. So I think this is like their spa zen area where you'd like relax and do yoga, you know, all zen. Yeah, so you're only missing like white. Yeah, so you'd only need to catalog the white one, and then you can just like order them all like whenever you want them and mail them to people. So if you're like friends with people, you can like gift it through the mail as well to them. But yeah, so you like the movie theater. I want a popcorn, and I want some like... I don't want nachos. The nachos are always a disaster, but I kind of want like an ice cream. I want a large popcorn. I want the Skittles. And I want a large soda. Boop, what's screening? Okay, so like Tom and Jerry, but Nintendo. Incidentally, depending on the time of day, you can actually get Lord of the Rings to show up on the screen. I know someone, a streamer I really like following, they have Lord of the Rings showing in their basement, and it's the coolest thing ever. I really do keep meaning to go check out their DA before they like make a new one, because I think it writes over it. No, you can totally catalog if you've like played the game before. All you need to catalog is the ability to have someone come to your island or go to their island, and the ability to pick up an item and drop it. So you have everything you need, like essentially, as long as you've like got the ability to visit someone's island or have them visit yours. You can do cataloging from the very beginning. There's people I knew who, when they restarted, they paid like $20 online to people. Like, you can do it for less than that if you want to, like, if you know a streamer who has like a treasure island and they're willing to let you go there. But they went and they paid money and they went to these catalog islands and they cataloged every single item in the whole game. All you need to be on is day 2 of Animal Crossing. So they went and cataloged every single thing. There's DIY islands where they went and they learned every single DIY in the game. So it's totally possible. Yeah, so you're on day 4. Do you order? So basically, so you know the Nook Mile machine that's in the town hall? You go to that and then it's got like Nook shopping. And you just like, when you click on an item, it's like, do you want to order it or do you want to gift it? Gifting only shows up after you've been to someone's island, because before that, like, you don't have anyone to gift. Before you have like a friend on Switch, but you can order it and it'll show up in your mail the next day. You can do up to 5 a day. Once you have, once you've done it 200 times, this app, Nook Shopping, will show up on your like little phone thing, and then you can order it from anywhere. So this is the little Imperial like dining area. This kind of reminds me of like a place I used to go to with my family. We had like we only went there on family occasions with like the whole family. And we'd like order this big amount of food. It was like buffet style. But I love these Imperial dining tables, because I've actually used one of these kinds of tables before and they were so fun. But I was also terrified that the food was gonna go everywhere. But yeah, so like, you can catalog from the very beginning. So if you like had someone come over and you drop a bunch of stuff out, they can catalog it, drop it, and then leave. Or if they drop things, I did it with someone I was trading with. I found out that they like they didn't have all the kimonos, and I have all the kimonos cataloged. So I basically just like brought over all my kimonos along with the thing we were trading. We did like 2 separate catalog things. I cataloged all the winter clothing that I was missing that I really wanted, and they cataloged all the kimonos that I had. I'm only missing like 2 colors of kimono and like one of the casual kimonos. So I think this is the bank, if I'm not mistaken. No, this is the Dursleys. So I wonder if that's like the playground Harry was in. Yeah, like go buy more wings and like you can hold on to them to just like do that catalog trade with them or something. So this is the birthday party. I wonder if it's the one where like, I don't know if you've seen Harry Potter, but like the aunt like swelled up super big after she made fun of Harry. This kind of reminds me, I think, of that. Unless it's supposed to be like the first movie where he's like living in the base, in the like under the stairs place. Like their backyard. I don't know if we ever really saw their backyard, but beyond like 2 points in the movie, there was like the movie where the ant like flew off into the air, and then there's I think a scene in the 7th movie where they're all flying off to go like protect Harry. So I think this is the end of the stairs. Yeah, so this is the first movie. I totally missed the end of the stairs. There's the vacuum cleaner, And the shelves, his clothes. Oh, and there's the vents. That's actually pretty neat. Yeah, no worries. Like, if you start out and you haven't, like, played a lot of Animal Crossing before, like, you could do this in New Leaf, too, to be fair. Like, if you went to someone's island and you cataloged other stuff, you could, like, order stuff in the machine inside Nooks, in, like, the little, like, shopping place. So I went through this, like, concerted effort to buy basically everything, and I do that even now. I wish there was more interactive, like, things in the game, but yeah, like, I went through a concerted effort to, like, buy as many things as possible and catalog them, and then, like, if people I knew wanted certain items, I could be like, oh, cool, like, I'll order them and then we can, like, trade in. Is there something that you have to catalog? Oh, awesome. Well, there you go. You have more wings to, like, because you don't even have to, like, give them to people. You can just be like, I'm offering you the opportunity to catalog them. Or you could, you know, trade the physical version for, like, whatever thing that it is that they're missing. Sleep time. I really considered making a garage like this because I wanted to make, like, a realistic version of my old house. Because my island's loosely based off where I used to live as a kid. And this garage really, like, speaks to that. But I'd have to use the, like, ramshackle flooring, I think, that's in the game, because that's more realistic to what my garage used to look like, instead of this, like, shutter door, because it was basically just, like, cement flooring and, like, wooden walls. But it's interesting that they made a little, like, workshop area. Maybe it's for the flying car. Ooh. So this is the Dursleys' bedroom, probably. And then Dudley? No, this would be, like, the space that Harry lived in for the... Was it second or third movie? I think it's the second one, because that's the one where, like, Dobby was trying to save him. Yeah, it'll, like, show up tomorrow, so depending on if you time travel, like, when you order something, it shows up in the mail the next in-game Animal Crossing day. So when you, like, travel to the next, you can either time travel there and you'll get them today, or you can wait until it, like, naturally, like, passes on to the next day, and then you'll get it then. So, like, it'll come the next day. There's, like, a limit of 5 items per day, so a lot of people will time travel when they're, like, building stuff, especially with the simple panels. They'll order, like, 5 simple panels, move a day, come back, order 5, move a day. But yeah, so this is obviously, like, Harry's, like, second-year bedroom. I can't... and, like, a study area. This is probably the Dursleys' room, unless it's, like, Dudley's. But this might be Dudley's. Yeah, time to travel. Oh, man. Like, I can appreciate that there's some people who do the game naturally. I know a streamer who does. Oof. This was a moment in the movies. I know a streamer who does. A couple, they do, like, time travel naturally. But it takes a bit of work. How? Is this an actual cake option? For the mom's cake? Yeah, you can give away wings, because a lot of people, like, only have 1 or 2 of the colors, so you can just, like, give them away to people. Sleeping in the little... I remember this, like, scene where it's like, you're a wizard, Harry. I'm a what? A wizard. And it's like, Hagrid gives the wand. This, like... Well, not gives one, he, like, takes Harry away, and they're like, pew, we're leaving, peace. And they came out here because they wanted to avoid the mail service. As a child seeing this, I was like, what magical thing is this mail service? Like, I always imagine mail after this is like being delivered by owls, and they're just like, no matter where you were, they could find you. They were like programmed to be able to find you super easily, and I was just like, cool. Magical mail. The magical mail service that can find you everywhere. And like, it didn't occur to me until I was like how much mail goes missing every year is astounding. Like, I had no idea how much of it goes missing. So, the Dudleys. I still don't know what this is supposed to be. If it's like calling to something. Is it supposed to be like the Mirror of Erised or something? I have no idea. This is like super bizarre. Like, I understand that whoever made this can't tell me. Yeah, you can do a whole wing giveaway to someone, because I'm sure there's people out there who like have 0 wings. I only have 1, and it was a fluke. I got it from like, probably not supposed to be going this way. Oh, trains. This is Rocket's house. I know Rocket's house. Oh, so you go this way from Town Square. And here we are at... I want to say this is, the owl home. So they... possibly? Or is this like the postal service? It might be the postal service. That would actually make... I like that they put all their mailboxes here. I keep thinking about like putting all my mailboxes in one place, and then I'm like, what would that look like? So this is the twins. Oh, so this would be Fred and George. So these are like owls. Keep meaning to talk to more of these people, because I'm sure they have something to say. There's a lot of these like themed islands have stuff like that. Yeah, like that's cool. Every time you like give presents, you can give like almost a full batch of wings. So you might want to try and find the like 1 wing set you're missing if you find someone along the way who has it, and just catalog it, so then you can give like a full set of the wings. But like if you're just giving like 1 or 2 wings away, then with each like present set, then it doesn't really matter. What did they say? I totally missed it. Need a room for the night? Okay. The twins. Oh, they're like... The newspapers have like Azkaban, the Azkaban guy. Sirius Black. Ooh, this is cool. Honeydukes. Yeah, this is totally like... No, it's their, Weasley's Wizard... Weasley's... Oh my god, that's gonna mess with me. Weasley's... Can't remember the rest of that. Well, I can, like, look that up for you. Because I have, like, the ACNH app. ACNH Life. Imp. I think it's the Imp Wings. Yeah, it's the Impish Wings. 1, 2, 3, 4. So there's white, black, red, orange, green, and purple. So if you have all the other ones, then you're just missing white. But yeah, so I think this is their, like, shop, unless this is Honeydukes. So it could be Honeydukes. It's very bright, and I like the brightness, but I'm like, I keep wondering if, because it looks like Honeydukes based on the, like, the tiles, because it looks like the top row is, beans, the, like, Birdie's Bots every flavor beans, then the second one is chocolate frogs. I don't know what the bottom row is. But yeah, I'm thinking this might be Honeydukes, but just, like, The random items. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. Close that. Yeah, you can do it on Facebook, or I know that like if you're in Discord and there's like Animal Crossing Discord you're on, you can always like post in there too, but if you're only on Facebook, then that might be the safest bet to go with. What? Is it because it's all the fruit? I'm so confused. Hey, Ella Bella Fizzy. How are you doing today? Are you having a good day? Oh, that's good you have Discord, Strawberry. Well, I know that there's like, if you're in any of the Animal Crossing Discords, yeah, I don't have Discord. Sorry. But if you have it and you're in any of the Animal Crossing, like, ones out there, because I know that, like, Breezyonic has one, Hyrule Gaming Group does, Bakamika, Coffee with B. There's a lot of them out there that do, and they'll like have trading sections in their like section. And that's great. Are you like, do you have any plans for your Thursday or Wednesday, depending on where you are? I know it's Thursday for me, but the Northern Hemisphere is still, I think, on Wednesday. Sanrio! I wonder if they're gonna like change any of their rooms to have Sanrio items. I mean, they're not very Harry Potter, but I'm probably gonna make a Sanrio room in all honesty. I'm like, no, Sanrio doesn't fit my island, but I'm still convinced that I'm gonna change someone's room to have Sanrio stuff in it. Well, I'm glad that you're going to give away lots of wings. Whew. I can do it. I get like, no, I got death. Come on, we can do it, we can do it, we can do it. No! Boo. Oh my god. I'm doomed. You know what? I only play this game of life and death. It's fine. This isn't Undertale. Well, just tell her that you're not stealing it. She can have it back. All you have to do is pick it up and then drop it. And she doesn't even worry about it. You just have to like make sure that she knows you're not gonna like take it. Oh my god, they have a brake tapper. It's okay. I didn't need to win, Isabel. But I keep wondering why they don't put like mini games in these arcade machines. Because they'd be such a fun thing to put games in. Okay. See you, Strawberry. And I'll see you next time. And that's awesome, Bella, that you're having a great Wednesday night. Well, I'm happy to have you here. Even if it's just like, you're just like letting it relax in the background. I know my like Thursday is gonna be a little hectic. I have to like go to the doctors and I have a meeting at my university because I'm like doing something online for my university, and so we have to have a chat about trying to get volunteers involved. I think this is Honeydukes. So those have got to be the butterbeers. One butterbeer, please. It's a shame they didn't like, it's not possible to pick this stuff up in the inside, because then we could like pick up a butterbeer. I want a butterbeer. One butterbeer. Ella, have you played, like, I don't know if you like have ever watched any of the Harry Potter like movies or something, but this island that we're visiting currently, it's based off Harry Potter. It's a Harry Potter themed island. It's not like scenes, I don't think, from the movies. Although they do have like rooms and stuff. So this is the pumpkin patch. I keep wondering if there's like a dark forest somewhere. Oh yeah, no, we found it. We found the dark forest. Everyone stay calm. I got a wand. I'm not afraid to use it. Look, there's the flying car. Pew! I got you. I got this wand. Yeah. Yeah, like, it's a really well-designed island from what I've, like, seen of it so far. It's very obviously, like, Harry Potter. Oh no, Scorpion. Whenever I see Scorpion and, like, tarantula models, I'm like, that's a lot of bells that you spent for that model. Because we all know that tarantulas are, like, 8,000, so it's like, math. It's like 22,000 bells for a model. But I really like the look of this island so far. It's got like the dark forest, it's got a pumpkin patch. I think this is supposed to be like Hagrid's, maybe? Because I think that's like Hagrid's jacket. And they've got like the thatched roof look. And this is probably... oh yeah. There's the Quidditch pitch. So there's the Slytherin team. Can you go here? Yes, you can. Yeah, there's the Quidditch. All the Quidditch. 10 points for Gryffindor! I don't know where my voice went with that, but... I don't like it. I've seen a couple of people, like, try and do Hogwarts-ish themed islands, and so there's some pretty good ones. There's some that are, like, you can tell they're still in the making, but I'm kind of curious how they're gonna end up once they get there. Can we go in? I want a broomstick. Move it, Julian. Thanks, Julian. I want a broom. Let's see. So this is Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, Slytherin. I'm a Hufflepuff. So, Hufflepuff power. I'm not wearing like a yellow shirt right now, but normally I have a lot of yellow and black clothes on as my character, because even though like I'm not a Hogwarts island, I really like the color theming for me. I also wear a lot of blue, which means basically nothing. It's just that I like the color blue. So I think this house, this is Miss S. Lee. So, don't know what that means. If any of you are also... How are you inside? I didn't even know they could go inside during dreams. Oh my god. You're inside. I'm downright shocked. Nope, wrong one. Shock. Like, I didn't know they could go inside houses in dreams. And like, I want to know if there's like a thing you can do to force them inside, or if it's just like random. But I've never seen this before. I'm amazed. I think this is like the Great Hall with like the lights and the candles. It's actually really pretty. It's a very pretty room. Like, super pretty wallpaper. I love the Aurora wall. And then like the lanterns. Let's see. Let's see if saying it out loud helps. Hufflepuff. I don't know if you've ever been super involved in like the Hogwarts online quizzes or anything yourself. I did a ton of them over the years, and I got super into some of them, and I always ended up getting Hufflepuff, and I was really sad about it for ages. Because I was like, no, I want to be in Gryffindor because Hermione's in Gryffindor and Ron and Harry. But like, not everyone's a Gryffindor, and that's cool because even though the traits for being a Gryffindor is good, the traits for all the different houses have different, like, important aspects. And no person is anyone, just, like, couple of personality traits. It's, you know, it's why, like, people like Peter Pettigrew happen, because even though they're Gryffindors and they apparently have the traits of Gryffindors, they're still, like, they still turn out that way. And then you have people like Cedric Diggory, who's a Hufflepuff, and people, like, don't expect some of the bravery that he shows, you know, before he dies. So this is obviously when they're making the Apologies potion. So there is an episode in this house. And this is the, like, that's Moaning Myrtle up there. And you've got all the seats. So they did do an episode. I wonder if that means that this one will have the basilisk in it. I'm kind of curious if that means the basement is going to be, like, the Chamber of Secrets. But I like that they put in, like, at least the bathroom. Oof, that's bright. I like yellow, but this is a lot of yellow. This is like explosion. Ah, it's Hufflepuff. So does that mean, like, some of the other rooms might be house themed? So this is Hufflepuff. This is my house. I actually do like the, like, wall banner thing. That's cool. And the, like, uniforms. So that is very cool. I don't know if any of you, like, play Animal Crossing, but if you do you have, like, themes on your island? The way this person, like, has themed some of their stuff? Why is there surveillance cameras? Ooh. Now this is nice. This is very cool. Okay. The Ravenclaw room is so much less bright, but it's so much nicer. Oh man. I love this room. This is a great room. I actually wonder what the other outfits were. Okay, we're gonna change into, I think, the darker color. Okay, we're gonna do the rest of this like this one. We're gonna match this room. Because this room is awesome. Like, I love being a Hufflepuff. But some of the stuff they make for us, it's, like, super bright. It's very yellow. It's, like, in your face yellow. They've really released some ridiculous things. Like, there's... This is cool. Like, we have these cool, like, water bottles and stuff, but then they'll release, like, makeup items or clothing, and they give it a really ugly yellow color that just makes no sense for Hufflepuff. I remember, there was a collab they did, like, earlier this year or late last year, that was Harry Potter, and it was awful. They didn't have a good green for the Slytherins, or, like, a silver or black was in there. It made no sense, the Slytherin one. Then the Hufflepuff one didn't have a solid black in it. It was these, like, beigey yellow colors. The Gryffindor one was okay, but it didn't have, like, a strong red. And then the Ravenclaw one didn't have any, like, deep blues or blacks. And I was like, you missed out certain colors completely that are part of the colors for these houses. And I just don't get why. Now, I really like the Gryffindor room. There is a lot more red items in the game, I think, than some of the other colors. So it makes sense that they probably want to make, like, a bigger Gryffindor room, especially considering, like, Ron. Oh my god, Ron. What did they do to you? It's okay, Ron. We're here. We're here for you. Just gonna have a little nap. We'll get back to it. Oh, so that's Harry's stuff, because it's got, like, a broom and, like, his Quidditch stuff. Poor Ron. I don't know if anyone remembers that, like, ugly jacket he had to wear for the Yule Ball. And it's like he had the worst prom experience ever. He didn't get to go with the girl he liked. He had an ugly outfit. And then his date, like, left him because he was being, like, to be fair, he wasn't being a good date. Okay. Like, I both like and don't like this room. Like, the wallpaper screams like Death Eaters to me. I don't know if anyone else here is like Death Eaters when they see this wall. It's the skull wall. It's in the game. But I love the rest of the decor and the couches. To be fair, being a Slytherin doesn't necessarily like make you bad or anything. My best friend's a Slytherin. And she's lovely. Like, so obviously being a Slytherin does not make you, like, evil. And I really love this, like, Slytherin common room. I take it back. The wallpaper is actually good. Like, it gives it that, like, nice muted look. Da, da, da. This house was actually really nice. I was expecting there to be like, after the bathroom in the back, I was expecting there to be like a basilisk in the basement. Which isn't a terrible thing, because the basilisk is really cool. I don't think there's anything over there. I don't have a ladder. Or is this the ladder? Open. Okay, we got a ladder. Pew, pew, pew. I was half expecting that to be a pitfall. Okay, so this is Gringotts, maybe? No, it's the library. That's actually a really cool use of the moon. I've seen some really interesting, like, moon uses over the years. That's pretty up there. Okay, so we've got the moon. And this is herbology. Now, one of the things that I like most about Animal Crossing is probably the creativity that I see people, like, put into it. Like, sometimes I'm convinced that people are playing a different game to me entirely because of stuff like this. Like, how did they think of creating, like, things like this? Like, this is potions. And then I'm like, well, of course everyone has different ideas on, like, what they'd like in-game. Some people prefer, like, Japanese-themed items, islands. I've seen so many that are, like, Studio Ghibli-themed, and, I've seen a bunch of them that are, like, Avatar, the Last Airbender themed, and then I've seen a couple that are, like, Harry Potter, obviously. A ton of them for a while were like cottage core or forest core, as they like to call themselves. I wonder if you can get around and up here. This is the way you gotta go. Nope, that is not the way you go. The only problem with, like, islands that are like this is that because of so many things, they, like, will pop in and out. Which is why I don't mind, like, some of the quieter islands that don't have as many, like, things on them. Is there a duck sanctuary back there? Okay. ducks. But no, I've got a lot of... They made their serious black beach of the secret beach. Okay, that's cool. Come on, Rocket. We can do it. We can move you. There are, like, a lot of people hate certain villagers, and I'll see these, like, things of, like, hot or not, or cutie or not cutie, when they do, like, competitions. Like, June. Like, she used to be a cutie, but Rocket wouldn't be a cutie. And that's fair enough. But I happen to think that, like, everyone loves different villagers. And so there's always something good about any of them. You just gotta, like, look for it. Now, I personally have, like, a bad history with a villager called Muffy, but I try and not let it affect how I'm gonna, like, view them. Okay, so is this, like, the Yule Ball? Okay. I don't know what this is, but oh no, it's the dragons. Should have seen it coming. I should have known that this was what was going to await me here. Alright, let's see what this is. It's a shovel. Why do I need a shovel? Okay. Vaulting pole. These just all vaulting poles, and so it's like, no, that's a snowflake. What's this one gonna be? A star fragment. Okay. I mean, I get it with this one because it kind of looks like a broomstick from the same. If you like stand here, it's like, ooh, broomstick. Yeah, dragons. But I also like. I mean, that is really cool. Like and this is probably the cup. I think it was silver in the movie. I don't think it was a golden cup. And here's them, like, all ready for the old ball. So... oh, okay, so this is, like, the watcher point. I was wondering how you got up here. And there's, like, a reindeer. The Patronus. Part of the fun of like, the challenge of giving myself, of, like, getting every single villager photo in the game, is also that you have to, how do I put it, get to know each of the villagers, despite the fact that some of them are, like, not seen as desirable. It means that you have to spend a certain amount of time with them, and it gives you time to, like, get to know them, because even though there's, like, personality types, I personally believe all the villagers are different. They do behave differently, they all act differently. So this is... which house is this one? I'm in Lily's house. Okay, so this might be a little more like... so they put posters of their villagers on the walls, or some of the villagers they've had. I still giggle at this one from Jack. It like glows in the dark apparently at nighttime, or in like the dark. That's why so many people put it up in their like spooky rooms, which makes a bit of sense. Realistically, that they'd like put glowing things in spooky rooms. And Jack, all things considered, he's a bit of a random like NPC, especially if you played with him in like New Leaf. He could do the most bizarre things, and like I don't know if you like anyone who played New Leaf, they'd know. So in this one, you didn't have to do this apparently, but in the old one, you had to like chase around. You were chased around by the villagers wearing the Halloween masks, and they all had different heights, so you had to find the one that was Jack in amongst all the fake Jacks, and you could kind of tell who was the fake one versus the real one because of how they behaved, and they'd come up to you and they'd be like, trick or treat, like, give me your candy. And so you either had to like win you had to like give them candy, and you got more and they'd like give you something back, I think. They'd give you like a lollipop, I think, and then if you went into the houses and you like had on a certain item set, because you had to like ask everyone's fears beforehand, you'd know what their fears were. Was it that way? Or you had to like... No. So the ones outside would tell you what the fears of the ones inside were. You'd have to remember what they were. You'd have to have the outfit sets. There was only like 4 outfit sets. Incidentally, Lucky is afraid of mummies. Which makes no sense, considering his house at the time was Egyptian, and he is a mummy. He's got bandages all over his face. Lucky. But you'd have to like scare them, and then they'd give you candy. But if you also like won competitions from the villages outside, they'd give you candy, but if you lost, you'd give them candy. So I think this is probably like the Weasleys. Or because they're Lily, does that mean this would be like what they imagined the house to look like if it was like Harry and James and Lily? I don't know. This might just be like the Weasleys' house. Mystery has got the photos, the posters. Because we don't really see a lot of like what the Potters' house looks like when we like see them, you know, in the game and everything. So what's this deal with? You can't pick them up. I forgot, when you're in other people's houses you can't see what their DOIs are and pick them up. So these might just be like random spares, but I imagine that there's like a purpose probably to them in their house, because it's like a little workshop area. So this is I bet this is Mr. Weasley's workshop, and that the DIYs are his miscellaneous muggle items that he's put out in the house. Like, he's not allowed to put on the house, but he's amazed with. So he's put them in here. You know what would be cool? If they'd gotten like a chicken of some kind, or like a decoy duck. Because he was always like, what's the purpose of a rubber duck? In like the first movie and the book. I think it was also in the book, but I know it was in the movie. So like that would make a lot of sense then, if this was like the Weasley's house. That's his like workshop and those are his muggle artifacts. Yeah, this is definitely like the Weasleys. So this is probably the twins, their little bedroom. And then this would be Ginny's. Because in the 7th movie, they were in the attic. That was where they were staying. And Ginny was down in like the base level floor, I think. Dear God, what's this? Oh, it's just like a bathroom ensuite place? Okay. I was like, why is it so dark? This is a very monochromatic room. It's very different to the rest of the house. I wonder why they decided to... Maybe it's like the bathroom inside, Sirius Black's house? Because that house is very dark in comparison. I know that they made the movie darker than a lot of the others, because they, after the second one where it went very, like... A lot of the scenes themselves are very dark, they couldn't go lighter. So, that would actually make a lot of sense. If that's what this was. Like, if this was, the basement was like Sirius Black's place and this was the Weasley's house. Even though the house, I think, is set out to be Lily's. Because it kind of reminds me of the Weasleys. other houses am I missing? In the twins. So I haven't seen these two down here. Or the bank. Okay. So those are the ones I'm missing. And now I have a ladder. But they use a lot of fencing, so I think I have to like go around the long way for some of them. There's the museum. And there's a gnome. Hi, gnome. Oh, wow. Ah. This is definitely Gringotts. I have to wonder what's in the like other rooms, or if they're just like empty rooms, because you can't get in them. Or can you? Nah, you can't. You need a key. I know that in the movies the back rooms are just like more gnomes. Okay, so this would probably be the cart that you sit on when you go through all the different like things. Oh, that's actually pretty neat. Like, I didn't even notice that the dungeon wall had like seats back there, because this is the dungeon wall. But that's actually pretty clever, like doing it like that with the tires. I know at one point like considered doing one of my houses really Harry Potter inspired, because like I'm a Harry Potter fan. Like, J.K. Rowling is questionable with some of the stuff she said recently, but the world itself and the actors who are supportive and everything else. Huh. So, I'm a fan of Harry Potter still. So like I like this island and how they've been doing it. So this is obviously the dragon. That's hidden down in the basement with like Bellatrix Lestrange's vault. Because I don't know if you've seen that movie, but like there's the dragon scene where they have to like get it away and then they use it to break out. So that actually like that's actually a pretty decent like version of Gringotts from what I've seen. I've seen a couple different like looks for Gringotts. So this is like, I think more Diagon Alley. So that's why there's like nooks, cranny, and Abel's here. Ah. So this is probably like the bookshop, they've made it. And then this is probably like there's like a wardrobe place where you go to for all your like school uniforms and stuff. And that's what they've made this. I don't remember what it's called because we only like see it really in the books, I think. We don't really touch on it much in the movies. Oh, so you can like jump over here. That's good to know. And then we've got like the last two houses, I think. There's only two left. So there's a bin to the bank. Yeah, it's these last two. So this is Ollivander's, I'm pretty sure. And then the other one is... I gotta look that back up. Yeah, so this is Ollivander's with all the wands. Incidentally, I recently went and got all of the DIYs so I can now make every single DIY in the game. Like, I still need the materials, obviously, for when I make them, but I can make them. So this is like the broom shop, I think. Yeah, this would be like where you buy like the Nimbus 2000, and there is, Jesus, I can't remember the other names now, because it's been so long. I only ever really paid attention to one, but, I don't know if you ever saw, so in the movie, they've got like all these other ones, and then they made a game that was based off like Quidditch, and it was by EA Games. So they did Quidditch Harry Potter World Cup. And that game itself, it did decently, I think, for like the time. I played it a lot, but I was also a big fan of the game. But I know, like, I don't know if, like, how well it did historically. I played the full game through, and you could play as, like, most of the big... You played it as each of the houses. You could play as them, and then you had to do each of the countries. And to get all the cards, you had to win the World Cup both as that country and as... And it had to be in your home field and in an away field, so you had to win twice. I was only missing, like, 2 of the cards when I stopped being able to play the game because our PlayStation 2 broke. But it is one of those games that if they re-released it and it didn't have a ton of microtransactions in it, I would actually, I'd consider buying it again. You know, despite everything, because I'm very good at, like, separating the art from the artist. A lot of people aren't, and that's fair enough. Like, if you can't. So that looked like... And this... This is like a study area? This is maybe the library? Yeah, this looks to be like the school library where everyone's studying and Hermione's getting in her light reading. I swear, her light reading is ridiculous. The girl doesn't have light reading. I appreciate though that, like, I always appreciated Hermione because I always felt a lot like her when I was growing up. Not just because we look similar, but also because we loved reading and we loved learning about things, and she was very passionate about that, and she didn't like... She got a little bit of flack for it at one point during school, but, you know, she still put herself out there for it, and I've got to admire that about her. So, this... I actually don't know. This would be, the daily, the like, newspaper, like, rag that would be in Hogwarts, I think. So this is probably their, like, writing office, and where they, like, print out their different magazines. I always liked the whole, like, the moving images that were, like, photographs, so you could see, like, the moving as it happened within the newspaper. That was actually really cool and terrifying for the, like, Sirius Black section, but it was really, really cool. So, and then we've got the Leaky Cauldron. Oh my god, the memories of this. I remember there was a game to play that involved the Leaky Cauldron, and I was terrible at trying to guess which tile you had to, like, touch from the movie. I, like, went back and watched the movie because they took it from the movie, and I was still bad at it. Still terrible at it. And this is some kind of, like, pirate room with all the music on the walls. Cool. I don't know how that relates to the Leaky Cauldron, but I can appreciate that. I'm actually trying to get all those, like, autograph cards. I really like the one that's, like, anime. Instantly, you can customize each of the autograph cards to look like 2 different things, I think. So, they've each got, like, 8. So in total, there's, like, 8 options for the autograph cards, not just, like, 2. This is the kitchen, I'm guessing, because it's got, like, the clay. This is actually my favorite, like, cooking thing in the game, this, like, clay station, even though it, like, has no functionality and no, like, you can't use it in any way. And by can't use it, I mean, like, you can't interact with it. So, like, a lot of the others, when you interact with them, you can turn stuff on and off. These, like, fancy kitchen stations, I don't think you can turn them on either, but this one is my favorite. I used to have it outside because I wanted to make a outside, like, cooking section that was like, I wanted to make like an outside dining area at one point, and I'd have like a bunch of these for like the kitchen. I ended up changing that idea, but I still stand by the fact that that is an amazing cooking item. And I wish there was more items that kind of like went with it, because it's just like on its own. And then of course, there's the mermaid room. Everyone has to have a mermaid room. It's definitely one of the coolest item sets we have in the game, and the wallpaper, when you turn it off, it has this like glow to it. I actually made one of the basements in my house look exactly like this, for this exact reason. Is the like glowing effect. Did I look in the basement? I didn't look in the attic or the basement. But yeah, like, the mermaid items, I think, are one of the cool item sets that they brought over, and I'm glad that they found a way to still, like, have them in the game, considering they took away the, like, mini game treasure, like, island you would go to with Cap'n. I actually don't know what this is. It's supposed to be. If anyone knows what this is supposed to be, like, let me know, because I'm genuinely curious. And then we've got the basement. Oh my god. This is the Yule Ball. I still don't know how they made... Well, I know it's magic, so they probably use magic. How they made, like, the Great Hall look so, like, magical like this, but it's definitely magic is the answer. Magic is 100% the answer. It is always the answer when you ask, how did they do this in Harry Potter? Magic. And in real world, they would have used, like, CGI, so the walls were probably put with, like, some special CGI thing that they could change it, or, like, green screen. I don't have a green screen. You can see my background. It's a mess. I'm still convinced that I'm probably coming down with something, which is why when I talk a lot, I get hoarser. It's not, like, intentional. What is this over here? I don't think I saw this. I think it's like a dog park. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum. Yeah, I can't get to it that way. Might have to go the other way. Maybe it's like a waiting station that they built for when people like visit in person. Beep. Yeah, it's like a little waiting station they built for people when they visit in person. Here's these. Okay. This one again. You're not a waste of space. No, that's actually really nice of them to say. I was expecting them to say something else. Honestly. Everything considered that, like, you know about the Dursleys. This was actually a really nice island. Like, I'm not surprised it was... Oh wait, I meant to do a thing. I wanted to see if they, like, made the outfit DIYs themselves, or if like they found them online, because some people like make them themselves whereas other people just download them, but this station only exists here if they've actually made some DIYs themselves. So they made these ones. Okay, so they did make some of them. You know what, I'm gonna save this. And I'm gonna take this. I can always delete it, but for the minute, I kinda like it. That's Voldemort and a Death Eater. So was that actually Death Eater and not Hagrid? But that totally looked like it was Hagrid's hut. Like, I'm not losing it, right? That was Hagrid's hut. Incidentally, like, if anyone ever wanted to, like, visit this island, I actually do recommend it. I found it on, like, a list of really cool DAs to visit. I might have to look into seeing how to, like, put a thing on the screen for, like, current DA so people can find it or, like, dream alongside me, because, you know, some people like visiting DAs while they, like, are watching someone else, because then they can find something that you might have missed. I still really like this outfit. So, I think the next one we're gonna check out. I'm actually really curious about this one island that I found that, like, I might actually revisit one, because there was an island that I visited, and honestly, it is still one of my favorite dream addresses to see, to visit, to look at, and it's where I got a lot of inspiration for my island. I'm gonna revisit one. Oh yeah, I meant to favorite. So Moonscar and Bakadasi are really good islands, in my opinion. Like, I've visited them a couple times. I mean, where I got a lot of my inspiration from. Now, if you know anything about, like, the Animal Crossing community, you might have come across someone called Bakamaika, and this is her island. And Breezyonic, this is her island, Evergreen. We're gonna go and visit Moonscar, though. I might actually stop by the other two on a later, like, visit, if no one's got any DAs of their own that they want me to visit. But yeah. Moonscar is seriously one of the coolest islands I've seen in ages. They've changed it for the seasons a couple times. It was very Halloween inspired when I first saw it. It's still Halloween inspired, but it was very, very Halloween-y. Then they changed it up for Christmas. And now it's like autumn-y. Like they've made it for, like, I think autumn, and they didn't make it for post winter, because I think this is the autumn color, so I think they just took it back to make it autumn looking for the DA. I don't know if they're actually in their island, they're actually beyond that, but they've got this, like, cool pirate area where you can, like, have a ship battle. And then these hyacinth lamps, incidentally, are one of my favorite items in the game. It took me ages to initially find the DIY, but once I found it, I've been trying to make enough of them to cover a certain area in my island. I've mildly succeeded with it. I haven't super succeeded with it, but it is a hard thing to do because you have to have enough hyacinth lamps. I always wonder if this, like, section here is supposed to be, like, something in particular? Okay, let's see what this is. Boom. Okay, so we're reenacting a horror movie. Excellent. Well, that at least makes a little more sense then. Did anyone ever do one of these, like, straw mazes as a kid? I did them when I still lived in the States, but, like, I don't anymore. Obviously. Because Australia is in the title. I think this is supposed to be like a Mad Tea Hatter's party. I honestly don't know what this item is. Oh. It's a present on a stool. I'm losing it. I'm actually losing it. And what are these items? Okay. Birthday hat. Birthday shades. A very happy on birthday to you. To you. I don't know. I just found this island like super calming, and I like that it looked so natural in the way they did it. Like, it didn't seem forced, because some islands you'll find them when they've tried to do like nature themed. A lot of it feels very unnatural, the way they've done it. Yeah, it's definitely fall. They definitely went back and did the DA for fall. What shop is this? This is Nux, okay. Now this area here has always impressed me, this like 4-stop like bridge thing. It must have taken a bit of work for them to like position it correctly, because it's basically in the middle of the map. I think it also helps that they're like town square was so far over, so they didn't have to like worry about it movement wise. Hey Kiki. Oh man, good old Kiki. Now this bridge here is where I got some inspiration from. I'm incidentally going to be changing this soon to incorporate it into my like Totoro Hollow that I'm making, but I really like this bridge and what they did with it, and I think they picked a foggy day on purpose, and it's a great job that they did with it. A little beach area. Now, I'm a uni student, and I don't know about any of you, but and where like your semesters are, because I know in the States I think it's like midterm time, whereas here in Aussie we're in like week 2 or 3 of our semester, because we start in like late February, early March, depending on the university. So the first assessment is coming up, but it's not here yet. So we're in that like window period just before the anxiety will start to kick in about like, are you doing enough? Are you doing quickly enough? How are you going with it? I honestly, like, my secret beach, in comparison with this one, it's like, mine's in a whole separate area. Mine's in like the middle, so I have mine to the left of my museum section at the moment, and I've got like a small little path that takes you directly there. So in comparison, it's a little different. So you can see that they've still got like some of the Christmas items out. I don't know if they've like done that on purpose. And this is Kiki's house. She's got like the birthday party. I have to wonder if they're like maybe birthday twins, or if they just really love Kiki. Like, I don't really mind, because Kiki's great. But I'm kind of curious, like, why they chose to have, like, Kiki's thing like this. Anyways. So this room here, when I saw it for the first time, this was where I finally managed to find the ideas I needed for this attic room I'm doing. Like, it doesn't look exactly the same. And hey, Chatika69, how are you doing today? Do you play a lot of Animal Crossing? And nice to see you here. We're just exploring dream addresses at the moment. This is one that I've been to before, but I honestly think it's beautiful. How's your day going? I kind of still wonder what this room is. Like, if it's just like a treasure room, or if it's supposed to be like a pirate. Because I know they've got the pirate outfit here. Or if maybe it's supposed to be like Phantom of the Opera ish. Because it kind of gives me that vibe. I actually debated making a Phantom of the Opera basement at one point. Because honestly, such a good movie. Well, and I loved the book, and the musical is really good. I still might do that. If I change up my basement, it'll be to make it Phantom of the Opera. Currently my basement's like Japanese themed. So these podiums, I originally couldn't figure out like what to do with them in the game when I got given a couple of them, but I've actually taken some inspiration from this, like using a couple of them together for my own personal bar. I'm using it as like a gnome bar, so my bar's got like different wallpaper and a lot of differences, but I liked the podium idea as like your bar table, because then you could put stuff on it, like several things, rather than like some other kind of table, because I was kind of having trouble figuring out what kind of like table I'd want to put there. And I stand by the fact that the cloud flooring is the best flooring in the game. Hands down. No question. It's the best. I've used it in several houses, and I stand by it being amazing. Now, I went a different way with my like witchy room than I think they have. They've kind of gone with like Earth Witch, I think, where they're like helpful, but I did get an idea from all these photos on the wall. In that whenever villagers leave my island now, I'm placing their photos on the wall. Like, it's so simple, and it gives me like a purpose behind finding more of the photos and like actively gifting my villagers to try and like become friends with them. And like this is another one of their like treasure rooms. Ooh. I do really like the ring item. It's a cool item. So these kind of islands where they've like designed and stuff, they're really good inspiration spots. Like, even if your island ends up looking nothing like it, sometimes visiting islands like this can give you inspiration. Like, I saw this room and I wanted a garden room, and I never thought to use the jungle wall and jungle flooring for it. I know they use like the ivy wall, but I'd forgotten as well that these like ironwood things came in this color. I know that they come in the like the white one because I used it in my kitchen, but I totally spaced and forgot that they came in this like teak color, this like older color. I ended up going with like the old coloring. Rose Noodles 3. Welcome. We're just doing dream address visits. If you have one and you'd like me to visit it, you're welcome to drop it in the chat, and I'll add it to the list. You'll either do it today or I'll do it next time I'm doing dream addresses. Because I really like seeing like what people have done with their islands and everything. Also, how's your day going? Have you gone up to anything? Beep-a-doo. This is the... Yes, this is Abel's. So we're right near it. The other house. Now this house, a lot of people miss it. And I don't know if it's intentional or not that they miss it, but it's like the tattoo parlor that they have here. And it's really easy to miss like finding it because of that like secret path. It's cool. And if you look on a map, you can easily see it because it's like the level above everything around it. But a lot of people I've seen like visit this island, they completely miss it. Just because of like where it's placed. So this is like the tattoo station. And this is the like ordering like area. Hey, do you want a tattoo today? No, I don't. Here's the pumpkin. Oh, hello, sir. How are you doing? I'm doing fine, thanks. And you like talk to them, order one, don't order one. There's this pumpkin that's in line before you, so you gotta wait your plane. Make sure you're, you know, keeping your distance. You sit over here on the cauliflower, wait while the pumpkin's speaking. Then you get up and you're like, oh hey, it's my turn. Sup? What do you want? Oh, I want a pumpkin. And be like, oh, you want a pumpkin? Yeah, I want a pumpkin. I want a pumpkin tattoo. And you like wander back here. And you sit down. And you're like, yep, I've come in here today for a pumpkin tattoo. No, I don't want a scary like deer. I don't want like pagan symbols. I just want a pumpkin. You know, right here. Slap it on my arm. This is what I want. And then you get up. And you walk out. After a while, they like wrap it up. Give you the stuff to take care of it. I don't know if you have to like purchase aftercare stuff beforehand or not. But I assume you have to purchase aftercare stuff at some point. Either before or after. And there's the tattoo parlor. You know? Buy a tattoo place. This is a little pumpkin garden. I really liked what they did as like so a couple of versions ago of this dream address, they had a cool farm here, like back there, that I visited. Pew pew. And actually, that's where I ended up getting the idea for my lavender field. And this is their like moon thing. This is actually harder to build than I initially thought. This like moon thing. I've seen a couple of people building like moon pools, and they're exceedingly complicated. Like, I had no idea. Hey Eric. Boop-a-doo. Okay, I think that's basically their whole. No, I missed a part. I know I missed it. I know what part I missed. It's all the way back up here. Okay. We're going on an adventure. Beep. It's all the way up here. Dragon! Ah, no. Run from the dragon. And you run. And you run. Bye, kid. I'm using you as bait. Bye. And then you jump over here, and you run, and you run, and you're like, oof, I'm safe. And you're away, and you're safe. Bye. Good luck, kid. So that's how you know that you're safe. It's a cool island, I'll give it that. Bum, bum, bum. So we might do some more like decorating now. Cause I have like a list of dreams to visit, and I'll probably like visit them another time. So we're gonna change the title. Decorate my island. Preparing for Totoro Hollow building. Okay, I honestly need to figure out what causes it to change scenes like that. Like, I have no idea what causes it to do that scene change, but we also need to change outfits. What's up, Rose? Can you join what? Do you mean like DA visits, or the list that I have of places to visit? You know, when I go back to doing it. Let's see. Good decorating outfit. We want it to be sturdy. Oh, my island? Well, I'm not really letting anyone on my island at the moment, because I'm kinda... I'll show you in a minute. It's kind of a mess. And, you know what? Safety vest. We gotta be safe. Or do I want to be one of the animals? No. Formal skirt, because that's my jam. And shoes. We're gonna go with boots, I think. Is it those boots? I don't want work boots. I have work boots somewhere in here. Work boots. And then a backpack. We'll need a little gathering sack. Okay. Now, I'm decorating at the moment, and I built 2 new houses, which was a good idea at one point. However, it's kind of taken over part of my island, because I need to figure out whether or not I'm just gonna pick up all the stuff that needs to go in their storage. See, look at this. It's not good. Look at this madness. This is the horror. It could easily be picked up. I'm very tempted to just like have everything that can be purchased be picked up by those villagers, and they just sell them and buy them again later. You know, I'm gonna sell that because I don't need that. But I'm kind of in this like interim where they need to expand their storage so I can put all of this away in their storage, and they're not buying anything else until they have the place to store it. But we're first gonna place down where I'm moving nooks to, because I purchased the like moving kit like earlier today. So I've got to move him, because currently he's over near Abel's on like the other side, and then we gotta pick where we're gonna put Abel's, because Abel's isn't staying there. I'm moving Abel's somewhere else, and that's a combination of either am I renovating somewhere to move Abel's, or do I have a place for Abel's? Can Dookie eat a fruit? Oh my god. Tree! Okay. And now I'll move this tree. Actually, no, I'm gonna keep that tree because I kind of want it for something else. Build. Nope. Let me imagine it. I want to make sure they don't take my beetle. Beetle. Bamboo shoot. Okie dokie. Try again. Tor. Do you mean like... Oh, Totoro. Right. Totoro is a character in Studio Ghibli. Do I have... Once I place this, I'll show you what a Totoro is, because I'm building a spot specifically for this one design. Ooh, picked a new location for the shop. And then we're gonna put these back, because these were always gonna stay here. Bamboo doll. And... Giant Hercules. Cool. So, my island is obviously in madness, which is why no one's allowed on it until I've cleaned all of this nonsense up. Because I don't want to deal with, like, having to try and police who can touch what, or if anything goes missing, because I have no idea what's everywhere. Now, the Totoro is up here. Doop. Ignore all the DIYs. So this like gray dude that's sleeping here on the ground, that's made up of these DIYs. That's a Totoro. In the movie My Neighbor Totoro, he lives in this like tree place. And this tree is basically like where they go and find him when they need him, and all these other things. Like it's a cool place. I need to really clean up these first, honestly. But yeah, so this area where the Koroks are is where I'm digging down to take out the third level. And then... Is it that where that is? Yeah, that's where that is. And then... No, wait, so the under construction is where I'm digging down to make it the second level. And then the Totoros are where I'm digging down to make it the base bottom level. But I need to find this place to put all of these trees while I'm like organizing and like planning out this decoration area. Leaf umbrella. Yeah, I think I'll just move the trees today, because if I move them at a later point, they're just gonna like... I need to move them eventually, and I'm not even sure if I'm gonna put these trees here or if I'm gonna put them somewhere else. Because the problem with like a Totoro Island Hollow is that I have to order a lot of the tree, like the potted plants that I'm going to surround this part with. Because there's gonna be like the normal trees, and then I'm gonna have a bunch of like the other ones. I think I have enough of these for all these trees. But Totoro, My Neighbor Totoro, is one of my favorite movies. At least one of my favorite like animated ones. My downright favorite is probably Howl's Moving Castle, which is why the theme for my island, like the town tune, is Merry-Go-Round from Howl's Moving Castle. But yeah, so this is like my decorating spot at the moment. Like, I have pictures of what it used to look like. It looked really nice. It was a very pretty area, very green. Ignore the clothing photos. What are the photos? Where is it? No. Okay, yeah, so this is it. So this is what it used to look like. There's like a pond, like a Totoro, and like lanterns, and it looks relatively okay at night, but I really want to make it more like magical, because Totoro is essentially like another kind of entity. So I want to make it a better place for him. Somewhere that you could like foresee him living, and you'd think, that looks about right. Now I haven't decided if it's going to be made up of more baby trees or if it's going to be made up of like full trees, but it'll at least be made up of the like the stage before full for a good section of them. It might do those ones for like the top level and then real ones for the one just below it, but I'm not entirely sure. But I'm putting some of these here for the time being while I figure out where I kind of want to put them. Because I don't want to toss them because they've got fruit on them and there's like, I'll probably use them for something. But I just don't know what that is yet. So they're just gonna live here. While I figure that out. I know that like I got inspired when I was watching someone like make their own Ghibli themed island, because their islands are really cool and I like where they're going with it, but I don't want to make like a full Ghibli Island. I just wanna do the Totoro part. I've considered at one point like doing a full Ghibli Island. It was something I'd thought about doing, but it's not something I want to do like enough to justify like upturning the whole island just for it. Oop. Now I have to figure out where I'm gonna put all the hedges. Hardwood and cedar. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna put the hedges down here. So, that's what a Totoro is. Totoro is a, like, magical entity from the movie My Neighbor Totoro. And I have a lot of flowers and greenery on my island. I've come to, like, acknowledge a bit more. And that's a thing. That I also debated at one point making like more of a Victorian style island where you'd have an industrial plant and all these like different like a train line, and I'd have a bunch of train stations running around the whole island. It'd be very like smoky. I'd probably make my DA on a day that it's very foggy, because I'd want like the aspect of fog to the place where it'd make it look really murky. But that's kind of like a future thing. That's kind of like the next evolution of my island. At the moment, I'm really happy with like the like current look of a more natural island. Hence why I'm just like changing up the Totoro aspect of the island. More night cloth caps. I swear this guy like is rolling in night cloth caps. Keeps giving them to me. This is like the third one, but I'm getting all the colors at least that way. But I have to wonder why he has so many night caps. Cause it's just something that like I'm curious about. Like what brought you into having this many of them? Was it a like did you make that decision a while ago? Is it a new decision you came to terms with? I don't know. It's just something I like wonder about on some kind of greater level. Okay. Now I just gotta move all the DIYs. Now where do I want to put these? That's the real question. The answer is among the flowers. See, in an effort of mine to try and learn every DIY on every account, I decided to go to the Treasure Island. It's a DIY treasure island. And I ended up getting all these, like, DIYs, which are really good. They're good ones, but it does mean that I have to, like, on each account, log in, learn them, switch over accounts. I don't know, it's not bad, it's just, like, it takes a bit of time to, like, do it, and because I record down which ones I have, it takes even longer. There's nothing wrong with it, and in the long run it's good because then I'll have learned ones that are probably harder to find. and I won't have to worry about like going and doing certain events or hunting down some of them. I know it's kind of like a more long-term activity that I have to do because of how many accounts that I have. But it's not too bad. It just takes a little bit of like time that I would otherwise be able to like zone out and do other stuff during. I don't know. It's kind of like a process. The biggest part is like actively moving DIYs when I have them placed out like this. What's the other hat? It's the terracloth nightcap. Boop. I don't know. Was it one of the colors I'm missing? Okay. It was. Why do I keep jumping over when I'm not paying attention? So this is my first stream and I'm still figuring out like what I'm doing and testing out the audio. So it's all kind of like a process of deciding, of like figuring stuff out as I go, I guess. Like what works, what doesn't, what can be heard on my audio. And you know, like just in general learning and growing with it. Because I know everyone has to start out somewhere. So this is kind of where like I'm starting out, is with like a decorating in DA's stream. So I'm thinking essentially for like the Totoro like Hollow, I'm gonna surround it with trees and I'm gonna put like a space apart. And then I'm going to place like Monteseras and fan palms and probably also some cacao trees. Cause like I like the leaves on them. And then I'll also have like hyacinth plants, like lamps throughout it to give it like a cool glow look. Like at night. Cause I like the way that the hyacinth lamps light up certain areas. Like it's kind of more of like a muted lighting, so it's not as in your face, I guess, as some of the other lamps. Plus it looks more mysterious than the others. I don't know. It's just one of my favorites. I know that like it's a harder to find DIY. So I found it on, I was lucky to have one of my villagers crafting it, which is how I got it in the first place. But yeah, like I know it's not the easiest to find, and it's a pain in the butt to craft unless you have a bunch of purple hyacinths. I've breeded a lot of mine, but I also was gifted some, which really helped out with like finishing up my forest area. Because the forest area took a bit longer for me to like finish up with the flowers than the rest of it. So yeah, this is kind of like how it's been going so far. Like I plotted out where I have to go down a level and so this is where I have to go down one level and then this is the second one. I started this out as like a distraction program. Like I started out this project, the Totoro one, because I kept seeing people restarting their islands and like developing things, and this just, my brain just started like working in the background, like the cogs were turning, and I was like, you know what? You know, something fun that I could do. Totoro Hollow. Because I'd done this, like, the area to show off Totoro. But I felt like, even though it was cool, a lot of people were missing him. Because he's kind of hidden. Unless you've done a flyover, in which case, like, he's very visible during the flyover. Because he's like the first thing you'll see. Like after Buck's farm, of course. He like is directly in the viewing, so as long as you're paying some kind of attention during the flyover, he usually gets people's attention. But I want him to have more of like a comfortable place to be located, where he's not just like hidden up above the shops. Somewhere that like it's intended for him, because it's a very cool design for like this Totoro. Like it's an interesting one. I think the real slow process is just moving all of these DIYs. Incidentally, I think I did them in like 2 trips, but I also had like empty storage at the time when I was doing it, so it was basically like when I placed these up here, it was just like me with a ladder doing like 1 trip and then leaving again to get a second trip. So it makes sense that it'd take a couple more trips down them with a ladder for me to move all of them. I don't know why I'm trying to fish there. My pockets are full. Buck's farm took me about a day to plan it out. Because normally when I plan out stuff, I use these like custom plot tiles to plan out where everything is going to go. Not everyone does it. Some people will just like drop stuff wherever, which there's nothing wrong with that. Plenty of people like designing that way, and I think it, as long as it like turns out how you want it, then it doesn't really matter how you planned it out. But I like doing it that way because sometimes I forget why I've put something somewhere, or like about putting things certain places, so it helps me to remember a lot better that there's like an intended reason for why I've put something in some place, and it's not just like a random drop. Although some of them feel very random. I know I was watching the like news the other day, and it turned out that like Burger King during Women's Day, they put up a post of like the idea that what they're doing wasn't terrible. It's just like the wording of what the post that they put out was, because they were offering more like scholarships for people like women who are doing culinary stuff like in the UK. But then in comparison, they're like, the way they phrased it in the post, it was just like, dude, what were you thinking? And then they spent hours defending it until they finally removed it because the thread for the post had a bunch of like hateful stuff apparently in it, like comments or tweets that were responses. And I'm like, that shouldn't be the reason that you took it down. You should take it down because you know the way you posted was wrong and the phrasing for it wasn't good. It's been a weird time for like stuff in the news at the moment. Like, I don't understand why certain things have happened the way they have. Well, I finally moved all the DIYs. So, step 1 complete. The others are going to go over here. Let's hope I don't shake a tree. Shall we? Or that I don't hit a money rock. And that this just stays as a place where I'm dropping DIYs for the time being. Oh no. I can already foresee the disaster incoming. Oh, you thought you were gonna get money out of that rock? Oh no. I had this happen once early in game, where I placed a couple flowers somewhere where I thought was really beautiful, and then it turned out, like, based on where they were placed, it was going to be super inconvenient for a lot of things, which sucks. Okay. So I gotta make sure that I've got 3 for like tree placing. So I think I've got 3 all the way up until here where the fence hits. In this little area here where it's only like 2. But I can always just put like fern palms and bushes here. So that's probably where the trees go. So we're gonna go into construction mode. Because we need to decide where the cutoff is on these sides. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okie dokie. No, not closing that down. Do, do, do. So we're gonna make it 3 by 3 right there, and then we'll have the 3 where these like buildings are at the moment. Now, it may look like I'm on the bottom level at the moment, but I'm actually on the 2nd level right now. So those will be the level 3 section. And then this part down here will be like 2nd level. So I have to take all of this part out. Which is gonna be fun, because I'm gonna have villagers wandering back here tomorrow. So I might have to, like, use some of my simple panels or something to, like, block it off. Because I love my villagers, but they do have this, like, inconvenient behavior where they wander in where you're constructing. And they're like, oh, hello. How are you doing today? Can I be here? And you're like, no. You can't be here. Thanks for asking. I know that especially one of my, like, peppies is really guilty of doing this. So this area has to be wide enough for you to be able to get in here somehow. Just like realistically. Because I know that, like, I want people to be able to see the hollow if they're just coming to visit. I don't want it to just be something that you see only if you fly over. Which is like a bigger deal. Dun, 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 dun. Why does it always balloons show up when I'm doing this kind of stuff? Someone was like, I think it's because they're programmed to be within like a certain range of you, and so when you're in an area a certain amount, they're gonna be there more likely than not, because they're gonna find you or something. So I think I do have to move this tree over here. So I think I have to move this tree. So I can make this wider so I can have the entrance here, I think. Or do I just like run and then I'll have like a thin entrance? You know what, I'll make this the edge of the tree because I need the entrance here. So So that's how that's gonna be the entrance. I gotta do it from this side. So I think this is where the drop that. So this will be where the entrance is. Push you forward. Yeah, so this will be where the entrance is. Look at old Totoro Hollow. So, I don't know if any of you have ever done like a big design project in Animal Crossing. I know that like at one point I was flattening my entire island to make what it is now, because it was ultimately 75% flowers at that point, which isn't good. Like, it's not bad. I've seen people who made like flower topias and love flowers and wanted their entire island covered in flowers, and that's great. It's also really helpful for like bug fests and stuff like that. But I've really been enjoying like, yeah, this kind of casual design, I guess. I gotta make sure that there's like enough of a second level to plant some trees and put some stuff. I probably won't plant trees all the way around, I don't think. I'll have like sections of it and the rest will be like fern, like potted plants maybe. I wanted to have like a combination. So that's where that's gonna come through. So where these buildings are is kinda gonna be where the edge of the hall is. What is it, Gale? Oh my god. Why do they keep buying fishing vests? They can't even fish. They are not programmed to fish, but they keep buying fishing vests. They all buy them. They all buy the fishing vests. I'm gonna have this come out this way. And it'll go all the way through. So I have to figure out a place for Abel's, because Abel's isn't staying here. Because it'll mess with the tree. But I gotta figure out where I'm... Okay. So... let's put a map out. 1, 2, 3... 2, 3, okay, so that's what that is. Mm-hmm. 1, 2, 3. And that's 1, 2, 3. And then we'll have like the entrance here. This entrance here. It's gotta be like wide enough for the water to get through. Because I like having all my water being able to connect. So I'm gonna make a river that comes through here and into here. But I might just have like a little pond. So oh, like I know you can plant trees on the edges. But I've just been kind of avoiding all the glitches in the game. Because I know that like eventually Nintendo might patch them out. And I didn't really want to risk it. Because even though like the coolest one was probably the trees on the edge, in my opinion. It fits very much with the way nature works in general, like normally. So it, unlike the others, makes a lot more sense than anything else. Because you'll find trees like all grow wherever the hell they want, just normally. Terraforming can actually be like super relaxing. Because you're just like mindlessly digging away at stuff. And like, I don't know if like collapsing sections of the earth like on your own would be as calming and relaxing. Hey Squidonaut, Nalt, how's your day going? You having a good day? Oh. How about now? Thanks for letting me know. So is your day going well? I don't know if it's like early morning wherever you are, or it's like 7 a.m. here. So I've been streaming since like 4 a.m. I think. Wait. Oh cool, so you're like, if that's a.m. then you probably be like maybe Western Australia? I'm not sure what the time is over there. They're like a couple hours out. Oh, p.m. So you'd be like Europe maybe? I'm not very good with time zones yet. I'm still figuring them out. Oh, Florida. Well, that's cool. It must be what's the weather like there? Is it humid or raining? Yeah, it's a bit warm here at the moment. Like it was really weird. It was like raining for a couple of days and then just the rain completely disappeared and the heat came back. Oh, cool. So have you gotten all the like winter fish then? Or have you like been traveling around to try and get all the fish from all the different areas? Because I know that it might help partially time traveling is probably the easiest way. Oh, nice. See, even like it's your like challenge. How many of the fish do you have? Like, I've got most of the fish. I'm missing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of them. I know that these two down here are the salmon. I think. Like 2 of these are salmon, 1 of these is, I think, pike. And a couple of these are the winter fish. Yeah, the barrel eye and the stringfish. The barrel eye took me a while to find. Let's see. Yeah, here it is. It was just like pure luck that I ran into it. I was like, middle of the night, I'd kind of given up on seeing it. And then just like, bam, caught it. I was like, oof. Excellent. Done with fishing. So are you trying to get them all to like donate them, or are you keeping them all? Or are you like trying to make like a fish market, so you want to have them all like being shown off? Because I know I really want to get the salmon, so that way I can put it in my fish market that I have over on the other side of my island. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I went to a treasure island and got the DIY. I'm not planning on like making it or using it though until I've actually done the achievement. So, little pond. But I know that like the DIY can be really useful because then it like extends how long you can fish for without the fish rod breaking, because they all break. It reminds me kind of Breath of the Wild, and honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if that's where they got their idea from. But it's a serious achievement to get them all, so that's cool that you managed to like get all of the ones for March. Does that mean you'll be like time traveling on to one of the other months, or do you think you'll be like waiting it out and, you know, waiting for them to come up naturally? Hey. Do you think you're gonna time travel to get the other fish, or are you gonna like wait for them to appear as they come? You're gonna time travel? I know that like I've seen people make it a big challenge for like seeing how many days it takes them to get them all. Yeah. I know I've had the game since it came out, so I've basically just been getting the fish as they were available each month. So I make sure to get all of the bugs and fish that are in each month. I've gotten... I'm missing mostly winter ones now. So I'm missing... like... yeah, it's all the winter ones, really. But I did go to someone's island who was in winter, so I got the damselfly. The fish are all in, like, the summer months. So, those ones are kind of, like, out of... like, outside of that. Hey Tequila 2020. Hi, well, 2020. Sorry, missed a 20. How are you doing today? Are you having fun? Is it Wednesday or Thursday for you? Because I know for me it's Thursday, but the Northern Hemisphere I think is on a Wednesday. We're gonna now go and get a soot spray DIY. Oh, nice. Yeah, I remember when I was looking for the, I think it was the golden trout. I used so much bait. At the time, I still had my, like, basically my natural island, because I hadn't really unlocked terraforming yet. And I was looking into it, and in, like, different areas, apparently, on your own map, are more likely to spawn based on, like, luck. So I had one area that would spawn all these rare fish, and one area that would spawn nothing. So, like, certain waterways are luckier, so the waterway near my entrance is the lucky one that typically gets all the big fish, and the one beside my Nook's Cranny at the moment, whereas the other ones all have, like, generic terrible fish. So... yeah, like, they only spawn on the higher levels, like the second and third level, but I had one third level spot that was better at getting them for whatever reason. Like, when I finally caught them, after I caught it, I caught like 6 golden trouts directly after it in that one spot, and it was the only, and I kept having big fish spawn in that area. I don't know how to explain it. Peanut's in our little fishing vest. Peanut's so cute. Peanut is incidentally one of my favorite, like, peppies. I honestly think she's underrated in comparison with a lot of the others. But I know the hard ones to find for me were the golden trout, the char was a little bit of a challenge for a while there until I finally got it. And then... yeah, so it's sprites. Now I have to decide what type of soot sprite I want. I'm gonna take a couple different ones, I think, and then decide how I feel about them later. Because I don't use a bunch of these, like, custom ones I made anymore for planning. And then I can always, like, ride over them if they suck. Or, like, I end up not using them. But yeah, like, you can only find certain... it's like with the bugs, some of the beetles, you have to, like, sneak up on them. They, because they'll, like, see you coming, so you have to, like, stop and wait and then keep going, whereas in, like, New Leaf, you could just, like, sneak up, because they wouldn't see you coming. It's an interesting change they decided to go with. I'm not entirely sure why. Ooh, sit sprites. That's fair. Why don't you like to sell them? Yeah, I can visit your island if you'd like. I'm just finding a couple of DIYs I think I like first. I'm just customizing, like doing some stuff. I'd invite you over to mine, but like mine's in a bit of chaos. And yeah, sure. I'm gonna save you. That is really cute. Hey, Ob2905, how's your day going? And yeah, like a code you can, if you want me to whisper, you can just like click on my name and then send me a whisper. And I'll like travel that way. Bum, bum, bum. Alright, so do I have my like thing is do you have to be verified to send whispers? Like on Twitch? Huh. Well, that's good to know. I didn't no idea. Well, I'm not sure if like I'm not sure if putting it in the like chat is a good idea, cause then like you never know who's gonna show up. Oh well. If you have a dream address, you can always put it in the chat and I can see what your island looks like that way if you don't care about how I visit it. And Ob2905, how's your like Wednesday or Thursday? Whichever it is for you going. I'm just currently planning out this, which I'm pretty excited about, like how it's going so far. It's a nice little Totoro Hollow that I've been thinking about for a little while. Yeah, so I can jump across that, so I can plant objects there. Cool, that's good to know. Alright, I'll head to the airport in just a second. I'm just gonna put down these couple of object markers. Do, 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 do. And you're gonna go here, here. Goodness. I wonder if it'll connect. No, I'll just leave this little part here. Where do I want to bring in this a little bit more. You know, I'll do that. Then I can put all my hopes and dreams for the entrance. Oh, I'm in the... Well, personally, I'm in the southern hemisphere, but my island is in the northern hemisphere. I'm just time traveling. So, this date that's going on here means nothing. I'm on like July 27th. Time-wise. Because I had like a burnout. When was it? Early? Like early last year. So I just like paused my game. Yeah, thank you. I'm just gonna head to the airport now. Bump. Through the bush. Ob, do you want me to call you Ob or just Ob2905? Do you play a lot of Animal Crossing yourself? You don't mind Animal Crossing? Or the like... yeah. I'm not doing that on the thing. I'll try one more time, and if not, I'll just... I mean, that's fine. Like, everyone starts somewhere. I know my island, I have photos of my, like, beginner days of my island, and it's very newbie. Yeah. Sorry, Squid. I'm not sure, like, what my internet's doing at the moment. I think it's because my, like, dad's online, too. And because I'm streaming, probably. But, thank you for offering to, like, let me come to your island. Sorry. But, what hemisphere are you in at the moment, Ob? Are you in, like, northern or southern? And are you a time traveler like me? Or are you, following the dates as they're supposed to be? I know now's the time where I'm gonna have to start moving some of the other trees so I can start planting out my river. Oh, nice. Yeah. So you're in southern then? Yeah. Yeah, southern would have the ocean sunfish right now because we're in summer. Because I'm in the southern hemisphere, so most people I know who have theirs in like the same time and stuff as our reality are in like the southern one. Yeah, I know a bunch of people now who are restarting their islands. They've basically been like, we're only time traveling to move a building or for like mail. So they like don't time travel for a lot of stuff, except if it's like specifically for moving like a tree or like moving a building, sometimes mail stuff, because then they're not rushing the game and they're not like, they're enjoying it as it comes. And so I think that a lot of people have been starting to do it more like that, which, you know, it's a good way of like thinking about it. Time to move some trees. I know that like I don't specifically time travel forward. I've just like, I was stuck in a time period and now I'm just slowly moving forward. So I don't exactly time travel like days or times too much. I basically like, I've occasionally moved a couple hours on the same day, but I'm basically just like going forward at the pace I would have normally. So it's been pretty good doing that. But I can understand why like some people still do time travel, especially if they're trying to like get all the DIYs or something, or they're impatient and they don't like waiting for stuff, because that's part of the like point, I guess, with the way they've organized everything with Animal Crossing. I do wish that they would identify villager houses and like buildings as separate things. Because then you could move like a villager house as well as like one of the shops on the same day, but it's not that big of a deal, so. Okay. So. I have to make a way for getting down here as well as the path. I know I briefly considered like doing a lot of time traveling early on, because so many people were time traveling and it felt like I was kind of falling behind. But there's also like a pretty big community of people who don't time travel at all and just like roll with the days as they happen. I personally think like as long as you're not, like, it doesn't matter how you play it as long as you're having fun, because you know it is a game. Like, the point of it is to be enjoying yourself. So but yeah, I decided to do this project because the bridge, I like the bridge, but there was too much water for my liking. I could only see it on the one side. So because you've got a new island, like, what villagers do you have? Like, which were your starters, and do you like them? I like one of my starters. I still have them. The other starter I like got rid of, which is a shame because I now have to bring them back to my island because I didn't get their villager photo. Which is a challenge I've like posed to myself, of getting every villager's photo. So that's always fun. Yeah, I'm gonna move all these trees over by one. Bam, bam, bam. Also, what's your, like, native fruit? I know that early on I really wanted to get, either apples or peaches, I think, as my native fruit, because I love apples and peaches. But in the end I got, pears, which is fine, because, like, my island back in New Leaf, the fruit was pears. Oh, nice. So you've traded for the other fruit? Yeah, like, I think it's cool that, like, I do kind of miss a couple of the fruit from back in New Leaf, but the fruit that they do have, I'm glad that they've kept so many of it. And I do really like how nice the oranges and apples look. Were you excited to have your native fruit as apples? Or were you hoping for, like, a different one? Because I've seen a lot of people resetting where they try and get a certain color airport. I mean, fair enough. Oh, so you wanted, like, the native fruit I have. That's fair. Did you consider resetting again to get a different one, or did you really want the layout you got so you didn't change it again? Initially when I saw, like, that I'd gotten pears, I had this moment where I was like, it's fate. There is a lot of menus, yeah. I sometimes wonder if the person who made this game has ever played a game before based on how many menus they put in. And I just, like, I laugh at it sometimes. Because the menus aren't good. They put far too much dialogue into some of these menus. I know I remember watching someone try and get a specific island for, like, it was like 4 hours. And they were going a little nutty from some of the dialogue by the end of it. I know that I like that they simplified Sahara's, because hers was really bad at the beginning. So thankfully they, like, simplified hers within, like, the first couple of months of her being in the game. It was just a little bit too much dialogue for her, especially because you had to talk to her so many times to get every single carpet and rug and stuff. Yeah, I gotta plant one here. I don't know. I did it once, I decided to stick with it, and a lot of people I know have reset purely because they didn't like the layout and they didn't like the fruit they were given. Some of them did it because of the airports, because they wanted specific colors for, like, the street lamps and random items that you can get, because all of them are color locked for some reason. But yeah, I made this dropped forest, like, ages ago. And then I've just kind of, like, chilled with it since. But I think it was due for a bit of a revamp. because as much as I like it, it just needed something, I think. Oh yeah, some people, like, once you've done up to a certain point, it can kind of feel a little stale sometimes. Oh, nice. Yeah. I'm really excited about the Sanrio cards. They look so cool. And I'm kind of split on whether or not to, like, I'll eventually have the villagers, but I'm kind of split on, like, whether to move one of them in now, like, once the cards are released, or, like, wait a little bit so I can have them with other villagers that I might want, because I kind of want to have, Tia and Chai on my island at the same time. Yeah, like, I know that, you can buy them off Etsy for like $20. Because I have a fake set from when I played New Leaf. They work. Like, I managed to get the posters. Sup? The cat ate my cheese 3. How are you doing today? You having a good day? But yeah, like, the fake ones still, like, do the job. So, they work just as well. Do. Okay. Well, hi. Yeah, like the real ones are something ridiculous. I remember seeing the Sanrio ones online. Each card individually was like $100 to $150 Australian. And this is like just the English versions. The Japanese ones are even worse. They're like $200 Australian per card. And this doesn't include shipping, mind you. This is like pre-shipping, pre-GST. You still have to pay all that when they're coming into the country. So it ends up somewhere at like $250 per card. No. So they're releasing them here too. And it's like $10 for the whole pack. And I was like, thank you. So even though I have the fake ones, I was like, I'm gonna get the real ones. I want them. It's time. But the cat ate my cheese. Are you like an Animal Crossing player too? Do you have an island? And if so, are you northern or southern? So I'm excited for the Sanrio stuff, and I really want to, I think, display some of the Hello Kitty items. Maybe in my crafting area. And I definitely want to have Chai on my island once I've got Tia, because they're kind of a set to me in my mind, even though one of them's Sanrio and one of them isn't. They both like teacup themed elephants. How can you not think of them as a pair? But I'm really excited because I like the cafe stuff for cinnamon roll that comes with Chai, and the Hello Kitty planter and outfit is super cute. I've seen people who are like kidcore themed islands getting really excited because they can like redo huge sections of their island now around with like Hello Kitty stuff. Because kidcore and Hello Kitty kind of just like go together super well. So I'm not surprised that they're all very excited as well. Boop doo. Yep. This is how you get into Totoro. You know a crossover I really want them to do? The Monster Hunter one. I want them to bring Feline back. because not many people knew about the villagers. They come out in like a couple of weeks, I think. It's like March 23rd. Yeah, the thing is, their code exists both in the game and out of it. So some people are able to like access the content relating to them. Yeah. The items aren't yet. They're all kind of like in that zone of the code exists, it's coming out, we know what they are, we just can't see them yet. But I know that once they are out, they're gonna be basically everywhere. Trees. But I'm very, very excited for when they do finally come out. Do you know if you're going to put all the villagers on your island, or if you're just gonna do like one or two of them? Because I know some people are like, we're gonna take Rilla, or we're gonna take... Yeah? Which one do you think you might take? I know that people really like Rilla's furniture, but they don't always like Rilla's design. But to be fair, a lot of people don't like a lot of the gorillas. I think it's partially the design and partially the colors that they use for them. I think a lot of them got a little robbed with color design. Fair enough. I mean, it is odd to see like a gorilla called Rilla with Hello Kitty furniture items. My favorite is personally the what's the one? So I really like Chai, but she's not my favorite. My favorite is actually Toby, the bunny, because I used to have all the Caropi items in my New Leaf house. I was a huge fan of all of those furniture items. Why am I up here? I need to go down there for this. But yeah, a lot of people really like Marty. So basically, with the Switch, so with the Joy-Cons, it's built in. Simply, it'll like say, hey, scan, and then you scan them. How do you get the amiibo scanner? Do you mean like the amiibo scanner back in New Leaf? Or for like... Oh, it's just in like the Nooks machine in like Town Hall from like memory. What was it doing? So it's right. Yeah, it's just like in town squares, like area from... You go to the machine and we're just below. Because you have a tent? Nah, it doesn't matter if you have a tent or not. Like, one of my houses is a tent. Well, it's not a tent anymore, but when it was a tent, I was still able to, like, scan amiibo. So, oh, right. I got you. Yeah, I'd say you have to upgrade, I think, first for that. You just need the campsite. I think it doesn't matter if Tom's Nooks is still a tent. I think it only matters if you have built a campsite. So it's got the amiibo, like, thing. So I think that's all that matters. Basically, to get the campsite, you basically talk with Tom Nook. I think once... Oh, no, yeah, you will need it to be upgraded. So, once it's upgraded, you'll have the, like, inside the town center area. And then you go and ask, hey, I want to build a campsite for, like, landscaping stuff. You pay for the campsite. They built it. Then you can use amiibo. Totally at a space moment. Boop, boop. So it sprites. Okie dokie. Like, it only... Depending on, like, how quickly you do all the activities, that, like, he gives you will decide how long that can usually take, but it doesn't usually take too long, from what I remember. But it's been a while, so it might take longer than I thought. But it doesn't come out for another, like, 2 weeks. So you've got plenty of time to upgrade the town hall and get the amiibo functionality. I always take photos as I'm doing these kinds of projects because I like to look back and think, hey, this is where this started out. Yeah, I might just move this. And push this forward. I can. But yeah, like, I think that's all you need. Bum, bum, bum. Okay, so I've done the pathway in there. No, I should probably make the full thing. Do I want to make the full thing dirt? Nah, I've turned off, like, the game sound for myself. So I can never hear when these balloons are coming anymore. So it's just like, surprise, balloon. And I think I'm gonna make it so everything but this area that he's sleeping on is like dirt, I think. Regardless, I'm super excited for when they get released. Seeing what people do with the Hello Kitty items. I know what the Kid Core people are probably going to do them, which is basically use them as like extra furniture around their island, or maybe make a Sanrio village, which I've seen discussed a bit. Because with the items that are coming out, you can probably make like a couple of basic areas. But I'm honestly very interested to see what everyone comes up with these new items. Because I just love the creativity that seems to come out of these, like, new updates. Like, I never would have thought of some of the things that people have, like, come up with out of the Mario items. Like, I know I've seen some people doing, like, super intense mazes, because with the warp pipes, it doesn't just pop you out of one specific one unless it's only like one warp pipe that you have. If you have more than one warp pipe, it'll chuck you out into one of like a couple of random warp pipes. So it adds this kind of like element of surprise with whether or not you're actually gonna get where you thought you would. So I'm honestly intrigued for when they finally are fully released. Yeah. I think that's the central area. So it's bright. I actually really like how that's kind of like turned out. Now I just have to do all the trees. I think I'm gonna do like the baby ones on the second level and then the full size ones. Like a combo of full and not full. Yeah. No, I think I'm just gonna do the setter ones. Because I was wondering whether or not to like do a combo of setter and hardwood. And I think I'm just gonna keep with these like hardwood ones here and just do different sizes all through this to give it kind of a layered effect and surround it with like the ferns and Monteseras throughout. So I'm gonna swap, I think, one of the setters and two of these in here. I know that like with my dropped forest here. Yeah, so then it's all kind of like the entrance up into it. No, not the shovel. Poor shovel. I knew it was coming. I really like the printed shovels. They've got a nice, like, design to them. The colorful ones are okay, but some of the colors they, like, change into are a little weird. Medium. Large. Knew that was coming. It's part of the, like, problem with no shovel is that they'll just, like, place them everywhere. Oh, nice. Your friend just gave you... That's awesome. Are you gonna, like, go villager hunting with them? Or are they just, like, for the future? For, just, like, general Mystery Island use? And if you're gonna go villager hunting, do you know who you're gonna go for? Yeah, I know I'm saving some because I have a challenge that I'm doing to get every single villager photo, so I'm eventually gonna have to go looking for the newest villagers, the like 7 ones that don't have amiibo cards. Oh, nice. Sherry is a pretty nice looking villager. I know a lot of people really like Raymond because he's like the first, I think it's smug cat. So if you want an all cat island, he's kind of the only option. Oh, sure, right. I get you. I thought it was a little unusual. I mean, some people like the monkeys. Some of the monkeys are pretty cute. I actually really like, Deli's design. Monty isn't too bad. But Monty always looks a little startled. But Sherb is a cutie. I know that, like, I think it was last week, someone was giving away Sherb. Because I'm in a couple of Animal Crossing communities, and they're basically just, like, trying to give them away because they had to get them off their island. So they wanted to give them to someone who wanted them. So, I mean, Sherb ended up going to the void because no one was looking for him at the time. Which is a shame, because Sherb's a pretty sweet villager. But... Oh, nice. Yeah, I mean, hopefully they will. Keep eating them. Plant. Well, you never know, maybe they'll give you, like, more Nook Miles tickets. So then you can, like, save up 100 or so. I mean, some people find they're, like, dreamy in the first ticket. Other people take ages to find them. I think it depends on, like, the RNG. Yeah, they fixed the hack with the star fragment trees, unfortunately. I really liked the star fragment trees. they fixed them around the time they released Dream addresses, because a lot of people had Dream addresses with the star fragment trees, and a bunch of people, for whatever reason, were upset about people playing a game in which they didn't like it being played, so they complained to Nintendo about it. I made a lot of noise. So Nintendo patched it. So it was back in... I'm gonna go with like July or August of last year. When did Dream addresses come out? It was like late last year. Yeah, they're basically just like jealous and spreading a lot of negativity within the community of like reporting people for having stuff on their island that they didn't like, and so people were scared to put out their Dream addresses because they were afraid that they were going to get reported, even though people loved sharing it. It was a easy way to share your Dream addresses without having to have people on your islands. Humanity. Boop. Soot sprite pathway. Beginning of the trees. You know what? I'm gonna have... every time. Okay, we're gonna make this one grow one size bigger. Because I can. I'm gonna plant you here to chill. I'm amazed with like I had a feeling that something like that was gonna come out of them finally like putting out something cool like that, but I didn't expect it to take as little time as it did. I think it's also in part because of how popular the game was. And the thing is like that people have been like... I know this guy that had like 50k followers on YouTube, and he was on a live stream looking for people's Dream addresses with star fragments and told all of his followers to go report them. Oh my god! That's awful! Jesus Christ. Like, that kind of behavior is just uncalled for. I think that if someone's playing a game and you don't like how it's being played, just don't go to their island. Like, what were they thinking? Those kind of people make me mad. Because I'm like, you had an out. These people are just playing for fun, and they wanted to make something cool, and you can't just be happy for them? Oh my god, that's awesome. That's so much fish bait. I remember when I was doing like a farm for fish bait, I had like 700 fish bait at one point. This was before the like fishing tourney, because I wanted to just fish bait my way through it, because the fishing tourney is a pain in the butt without fish bait, because you have to like go find the fish. So oh no, so you're just gonna have to like leave it outside, or make like, I mean, you could just drop it all through your house. That's an option. Oh no, that's not good. No, you won't have to reset, like, you just have to use it. I mean, you can always drop stuff inside your house if you have the space, but I definitely, like, say, as long as you use it, you should be fine. So, a trick I found for, like, keeping the mess at bay is you build a fenced area, you put all of the crap that you need to drop in there that you can't fit in your storage, and then you just have that as your like dumping ground for trash. And you just do stuff elsewhere with like decorating planning. Now, ignore the mess that's on my island today, because I'm trying to upgrade one person's storage, and then all of this stuff will fit in their house. But normally, I would, but like my internet's being weird and I don't want to like dox my IP. Plus I don't really need fish bait. I'm gonna show you something magical. See, I have multiple houses, so I just store a lot of stuff most of the time in my other houses. But let's see. In my house. Like, yeah, ignore the mess that's going on. It's all going into a house. It's just, it looks awful. So, I have these fish baits at the moment. So I don't really need fish bait. I'm kind of covered. And this is just my, like, this account. I have 8 houses, and they all have like about 100 to 200 fish bait in each. I'm fine. But you're gonna hopefully, like, I think you should be fine. Like, I mean, you'll need it with your like fishing search anyways, so you know, it won't go astray. What are you doing, Leonardo? It's a log spikes. But yeah, I'm eventually gonna, when I eventually get channel points, organize a thing where I can go and drop off a starter kit for someone, which will be like 20 fish bait and like 10 of each color pumpkin, and yeah, so I'll like, I'm work and like 99k bells, cause I've got enough that I'm satisfied. But that's gonna be in a little bit. I'm still like working on that. Don't need the fishing vest. Yeah. Probably like 30 of each wood, probably like a stack of iron, a stack of stone, and a stack of clay. So it'll be like a base starter thing. Cause, and depending on like if they have the ladder and shovel DIY, it'll also include the DIYs for both of those things. Or a base, like, set of each of the, tools. So, it's gonna, like, I'm gonna make a short list, but it'll basically be, like, for people who are early in the game and they need the help. Okay, so basically, yeah, it's just a recipe. It's like a DIY. It's along with the vaulting pole, slingshot, and the others. Yeah, so basically you can like order these, the DIYs. Yeah. That's because, you have to unlock Blathers first. And you have to have been active for a certain number of days. There's, like, requirements for the slingshot, the shot, like, the ladder, and the vaulting pole. I know you can unlock them on, like, day 2, I think, or day 3, but I don't know what the requirements are. They unlock early in the game. It usually takes, you know, Ooh, awesome, you're in the big museum. Excellent. I remember just before I got the big museum, my island was a nightmare. I had this huge section that was just like made up of bugs and fish that I was donating. And so when I finally got them, I got like how many? There's like 2 pockets worth of bugs and fish. And no worries. I'll be here. Fine, trees. 2. Probably 20 trees. Okie dokie. Work boots. So, probably gonna need more trees than this. Isabel's going to hate me. But it's fine. I need a 5-star island. I want my Totoro Hollow. Yeah, I can go down here. Okay. Question is, can I get past this cypress plant? The answer to that is no. Around where? Drop. So I think the way I'm gonna do this is I'm gonna have it alternate full tree and not a full tree. Thinking I'm gonna have to move those 2 other trees. Yeah, I'm not sure that's gonna grow into a full tree. Might have to try and see if I can do the trick here. So I can get a tree here once it's fully grown. And on the edge. I might try and do it here too. Drop. You know what? We're gonna use the glitch. We're gonna do the on the edge glitch. And it's going to be fine. Drop. Drop one here. Cool. Yeah, I think it's gonna be here that there's one. Nope. Yeah, I think that'll work. Yeah, this is definitely gonna be where the other one is. I think I'm gonna have to move the trees. Just one square. Both trees. But I think I'm gonna have to do it. If I want to put trees through here anyways. Unless I want to try the trick. I might actually do that. We're gonna have to grow a bunch of trees first though. Yeah. This will be a matter of growing trees. And then seeing if we can glitch the trees. Do do do. Do 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 do. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. Bum 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 bum. Ba da 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 da. Hi, Froggy. Isabel's gonna hate this. I can already tell. She is very much going to dislike it when I fully tree this place up. But it's fine. This isn't for Isabel. But I'm gonna probably have to do the tree glitch for these ones unless I move those back trees. So I'll need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'll have to look into how that glitch is done. Aha! Success! The success of the spriting. Very proud. Good ol' hello. Okie dokie. I have some tree things. Hyacinth. Tree. 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 Bum, 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 bum. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Yeah. So look very different once it's finally trees, but this gives me a good idea of where I'm putting all the hyacinth flowers and plants. This is gonna be a lot of plants. Stop picking it up. Drop. Okay. Yeah, this is definitely gonna look pretty, I think. I hope. Okay. Okie dokie. These are all objects. Okay. Object. Cool. Dookie. And then I said, hi Fuzzy1012. How's your day going? Are you playing Animal Crossing too, or just stopping by? So, swimming cap and the... Yeah, we're gonna sell you. You know, this is really turning out better than I thought it was going to. I started out this project not sure if it was going to go anywhere, and here we are. A project that doesn't look half bad. I mean, it's still got a ways to go from where I kind of want it to be. But it's better than I was expecting, considering how many plants I gotta use. TV tray. What color is it? Why am I pressing the... Hey, nice to see you back. Do. I'm gonna keep the TV tray for the minute. It's going to go over here and chill. Because it's gonna go to Sherlock, I think. Hi. So, I've placed all my object markers for the second level. Some of these are going to be hyacinth lamps. I have a lot of the hyacinth lamps already. But I've come to the conclusion I'm probably going to have to do that tree trick for getting the trees on the edge for these 7 trees. So that's fun. If you don't know the tree trick is the one where you like use water on one side and the cliff on the other to get the tree on the like cliff edge, which is perfectly natural. Like, you should be able to do it anyways. You can technically plant these on the edge, they just won't grow. Like, they'll just give you a lol, no, we're not growing. But the other objects are going to be like potted plants. Yeah, this kind of thing, I actually did it for my forest. You probably haven't seen my forest.
I'm up.
Great.
Well, we're gonna leave at 9.
So my forest over here, I did this whole area through that method. I like put down the plots. I had flower ones for all the flowers. That's where all these come in. I deleted 2 of them for these soot sprites, but I essentially did this for this whole forest section. That's basically the like little village area for my villagers. Anyways, I don't know if you like heard what was being said, but I have to unfortunately head off because I have a doctor's appointment. But I was wondering if you would stick around for, or if you want to like head off, just let me know and I'll just like end it. Otherwise I'm just gonna raid someone. You know what? I'm gonna raid them because I haven't met them before. Well, I have, but yeah, that's fine. That's perfectly fair. I was just gonna raid first and then you can pop off. Do, do.